There we go. Hi, guys.
What's up?
Good to see you. We ready to roll?
We're ready to roll. We got a few minutes, I think.
Excellent. You are vertical on your camera screen. Are you able to landscape or no?
Nope, we tried since we talked to you last. We couldn't make it work.
Nothing, huh?
Nope. So I checked with all the Googles and Apple people possible.
All right. Well, this will work. Okay, we got 24 on. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Good to see you all.
Good to
We
see
appreciate
you.
you being here. And if you
Yes.
could, yeah, get familiar with your equipment, your toggles and everything at the bottom. If you don't mind turning your microphones off, you are welcome to leave your cameras on. You don't have to have your cameras on if you don't want them, but feel free to leave those on so we can see your smiling faces.
Right.
And as we go through, and Evan and I and Janice will kind of inform you of this a little bit more as we go. Evan and I are more than happy to stay on at the end of our 4 hours and answer any questions. We'll even do audio questions with you, where you have a little hand you can hold up, and we'll cue on your mic and we can answer questions and go back and forth from there. Or as we're going along, if you'd like to type them in the chat button down below, feel free to click on the chat button, type in any question you have. And we're going to do 55 minutes, and then we'll break for 5 and do another 55 minutes. And as we go through during those breaks, we'll do a little Q&A and answer as many questions as we can. We do want to stay on schedule and try to complete as much. Well, we will complete all of our content, but also answer as many of your questions as we can as we go along. Sound okay? Awesome. And we'll kind of keep reminding everybody of that as we go along here too. Oh, we are filling up. Yeah, baby. I love it.
1 minute from kickoff.
1 minute to kickoff. I'm with you. All right. Jim Hart, what's up, my man? You're sporting our look, Jim. I like it, baby. Bald and beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is the look.
Brothers from other mothers.
That's right. We have follicle hair. You know?
This is the COVID-19 haircut.
That's right. It's simple. It's easy. Yep. All right. 1 minute to launch. This is awesome. Hi, Jackie.
Jackie.
How you doing, buddy?
Jackie, because she told us for years to get together, me and Robert.
Yep.
Robert and I.
This is all her fault.
Your fault. So you guys don't like this, blame Jackie.
Jackie,
Thanks a
oh,
lot.
I thought she had her TOA shirt on. I was going to say, yeah, priority right there. Under Armour works too.
However, if you do love this, which you're going to love this, give Jackie props, because she was instrumental in bringing Robert and I together, talking about each of us independently before we finally got together and met at Functional Aging Summit last year. A year ago today, right? A year ago in June.
Yeah, this event. That's right.
Yep.
Thanks, Jackie.
Good to see you guys. I miss you both.
We miss you
Janice,
too.
let's see your beautiful face, my friend. Good to see you as well.
You too, Jackie.
Well, we should be live with you guys. You know, that would be the best part if we were live. But
Right?
This is a good second.
For those of you that are jumping on, if you don't know, Janice, my wife, my business partner, my life partner, my everything partner. Luckily, she does not share the same hairdo as I do and Robert does, because she looks lovely with hair. She's got her big hair on today.
Because it's hot and humid and no AC in the office
We have
today.
no AC in the office, so we're going to be sweating up a storm here. So if you see me like the glasses falling down, you'll know what's happening. 81 degrees with air circulation.
It's 106 here in Sacramento.
Oh,
So
wow.
I came down to the studio so I could have air conditioning, because it's way better down here in this location with such heat.
Got it. All right, I think we're about time, yes?
Let's do it.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much for joining Robert, Linkul, and I. And before we begin, I just want to thank all of you that are tuning in live or watching the recording of this. This is a wonderful opportunity because Obviously, there's a lot of things impacting our society today with the COVID lockdown, with the recent riots and protests and things like that. So there's a lot of turmoil in our country. This is a great opportunity for us to come together as leaders, because never before in our history, our recent history, have we needed leaders more than we need today. So Robert and I want to thank you for being on. We want to thank you for your time, your energy, your attention, and we're going to deliver great content, applicable content, actionable content throughout the next 4 hours. And we want you to give a special shout out to our friends at Functional Aging Institute, Dan, Richie, Cody Sipe. Dan's wife sent me, she takes wonderful photos, so you follow her on Instagram. She took this, I saw this photo on Instagram. I said, this is an amazing photo of an American bald eagle. She literally sent me this photo. I just opened it a couple hours ago. Thank you guys. The other thing I want to say about Dan and Jen and the entire FAI Institute, Functional Aging Institute, is when we were, Janice and I lived on the south side of Chicago, and this is where a lot of the protests and rioting and looting was going on, and we saw some terrible things happening. Dan Ritchie texted me, and he's like, come down to Southern Indiana. I will put you up in a hotel. Like, he was going to pay for us to go down to Southern Indiana to put us in a hotel. So these are wonderful individuals, and I know many of you would do the exact same thing. So thank you for all you do for your communities, for your clients, for our industry. We need you now. So thank you for being here, allowing Robert and I to share with you. Having said that, I met Robert exactly a year ago. I'd heard a lot about Robert from my friend, our mutual friend, Jackie. I love Jackie. Jackie's a dear friend of mine as well. She said, you guys have to meet. You guys think alike. I think you'll get along together personality-wise. And I'm very protective of people that I associate with. And once I met Robert and we began talking and doing some webinars and some Instagram live together, we had an instant kinship. So Robert, I'm so pleased to be with you today. I wish we could be there live, but this is, like you said, this is the next best thing. Can you just introduce yourself? Because I know you have a long history of osteoarthritis. We're going to talk about arthritis today and common joint issues so that we can empower these health and fitness professionals to have real world strategies. Can you talk a little bit about your story briefly and how you got into this sort of realm of training the older adults?
Absolutely. Yeah, as you said, I definitely have a history of physical limitations as a younger man that definitely coordinates and connects to the world of the older adult. And so that's kind of what brought me into this profession, or this extra effort to this demographic. I've had 3 hip replacements, back surgeries, carpal tunnel, wrist repairs. I had lung cancer, thyroid cancer. So I've had a lot of overtraining and arthritic and osteoporotic components that I have inflicted on myself, and then also had some other health issues that are definitely more seen in older populations. So there was an opportunity for me to get more or less a firsthand first experience working with the population that I have such a great passion to work with. Gave me a great chance to do that and to experience it through their eyes. So I'm excited to share that information with everybody. I come into this being kind of the resistance component. If you haven't heard of our Age Well Collective, it is a new continuing education endeavor that Evan and I and Christian Thompson and Ryan Glatt, all 4 of us are bringing in. All of our areas of expertise. And really, Evan and I are the highlights, of course, of the group. The other 2, they add in their part, but we're the most important bit. But I'm excited to be able to be here and share, my half of this effort that Evan and I have here, being able to look at some of these limitations, find ways to make some correctives, and then some resistance training components behind that to help build that strength and eventually build your people to the point where they are very comfortable and are less, painful or pain-free, if we can get to that point, and increase their function. So that's kind of my experience. And Ev, you also have a bit of a story too that kind of takes you into the world of working with older populations. You mind sharing that with us?
For sure. So I just messed up. Sorry about that. I just messed up the screen.
Okay.
You're all good on our end.
So my story is, when I first came to Chicago 22 years ago, so I'm aging myself. So I was about 10 when I graduated chiropractic college. Yeah, bad joke. So believe me, I won't do any more jokes today. So when I first came to chiropractic, I graduated chiropractic college in Davenport, Iowa. Palmer College of Chiropractic was the first chiropractic college in the country, in the world, essentially. So I moved to Chicago when my first job was here. I was making $30,000. So I had $150,000 of student debt. I had my mornings free, so I went back to personal training. I started out as a personal training, which is why Janice and I give back so much to the personal training industry. It's very near and dear to our hearts. So I started working at the East Bank Club of Chicago. I can actually see the Chicago River from our office downtown here. It's a few miles away. It's the #1 money-making club in the country. Back then, 1998, it was making $54 million a year. I'm sure, yeah, it's way more today. And people like Oprah Winfrey. I got to hold the door open for Oprah Winfrey one day. She just walked through like I wasn't even standing there, but it's all good. Michael Jordan worked out there. A bunch of Bulls, Bears players all worked out there. So it's the club in Chicago. When I graduated, like I said, I was a young stud. I thought I was a young stud. And who did I want to work with? I wanted to work with athletes. I wanted to work with celebrities. I wanted to work with the rich and famous. But they knew I was a chiropractor, so who did they send to me? They sent to me the older people. Hey, you got low back pain? Go to see Dr. Osar. He'll know what to do. You got hip osteoarthritis? Dr. Osar will know what to do. You got knee problems? Dr. Osar will help you. And what I quickly realized was I was in college for 10 years. So I had, undergrad. I took my time, not take my time. I was working full time because I had to pay for my own school. I was in college for 10 years. I've been working for a personal trainer, doing my own training for 10 years or more. And I didn't know how to work with these older adults. And it was very frustrating to me because I was very passionate about helping people. So I'd go to all these workshops, taught by mostly the people that were training athletes. And they would say things like, train everybody like they're an athlete. So I'd come back and try to use that information with my clients. And not many of them got better. In fact, a lot of them got worse. And I still didn't believe it. I thought it was me. I thought there's something wrong with me, what I'm doing. It just must be me. I'm not doing something right. And it really wasn't until about the age 30, I was in the best shape of my life at that point. I was the strongest I'd ever been, the leanest, the most muscular I'd ever been. And then I used to be able to do 90-pound dumbbells, seated dumbbell presses overhead. And at one point, I couldn't even lift 10 pounds over my head. Like I was shaking, trying to get 10 pounds over my head. I didn't know what rotator cuff and labral tears were, but I had bilateral rotator cuff and labral tears in my shoulders. And I realized at that point that something about my training was not right, that I was strongest I'd ever been, but somehow my training was starting to create issues for me. And that's ultimately what led us on this path to create the integrated movement system. My wife and I created it. She was really the first one that showed me and helped me develop the importance of breathing. She'll talk about that tomorrow, actually on Saturday, in her presentation on Saturday, but we'll talk about it briefly here as well today. And that's when we started to change our training. I was able to not cure my shoulders, but I can train my shoulders. I can do my job as a chiropractic physician, which is very manual and physical, even though I have rotator cuff tears and labral tears. I've taken 0 medications. I have had not one ibuprofen, no Advil, no nothing, no shots, nothing since 26 years ago. So I've done no medication. This is all natural. This is all nutrition and changing how I train. My wife's story, she'll share with you on Saturday about her chronic migraine. She had 20 years of chronic migraines living off ibuprofen, birth control pills. She completely eliminated all her medication and chronic migraines from the age of 5 to the age of 25 when we started using this information. So we know this information works on us. We know it works with our older population because that's who we mostly serve today. And now I'm proud to work with the older adult population. Yes, we get athletes that come in here and people that fly in to see us, but it's the adult population, the active aging population. That's where we developed the integrated movement system. That's who we proved it worked on first before we ever brought it to our athletes. So again, super excited to have you guys here. Super excited for this opportunity to share with you. I'm gonna get started right away with just the agenda. Robert, you wanna just take us through the agenda here?
Absolutely, yeah. So something that we're gonna look at here is the introduction of an assessment form that Evan and I use. We both have our separate techniques of things that we like to look for. And collectively, as we overlap those two, they were very, very similar. And we said, like, what are the ones that we have to have that are really going to give us some great information? So we incorporated those in, we plugged those in, created a new, we call an observation form that is going to be scored. So we are getting a little bit of influence from the functional movement screen, along with some of the other corrective exercise from NASM, a few others here, influences of things that we're looking for with our people. So basically, we're going to dive into that a little bit. We have 5 of those we're going to take you through. We will demo those and give you all the cues, corrections, explanations of each one, how to score them. And ideally, you would do that with your client in their first, workout, quote unquote, to allow them to see, or for you to see what you're going to be working with them. Then based on that information, you will then select the exercises you're going to work from a kind of joint to joint or big complex component. We're going to look at the hips and the back, then the knee, ankle, the foot, and the shoulder, elbow, wrist, and hand. And with each of those, we've created some really good grids for you. They're going to show you 4 of the most efficient, most effective corrective exercises. Evan's provided all of his cues and techniques and learning progressions for those, extra notes or extra things to pay attention to there. So he'll take you through those, about 25 minutes with each one of these. And then I'll come back and wrap up each section with some resistance training components, and we will demo and take you through those as well. So we will be flipping screens. We'll be pinning our screens back and forth as we go. And like we said earlier, we have everybody muted right now. We love seeing your cameras on so we can see everybody's involvement here with us, but please keep your mics off. And when we take little tiny breaks, we'll have these little 5-minute breaks in between. If you would like to ask any questions, please type them in the chat. Evan and I will both be on there during the breaks to answer as many of those as we can. We'll read your question, answer it, and we will just fire that back and forth until we are done. And then at the very end, anytime, as long as you want to stay on, we can do Q&A as well. We'll have you turn on your mics, ask questions, and we are yours for the rest of the day. So within reason, of course. So we'll answer as many questions as we can, and we'll dive into it. Ev?
Awesome, awesome. Now I apologize, guys. We tried to use our phone, but our phone will only go portrait this way. You're going to get it to go landscape. So you're seeing reverse images, so you will not be able to read the screen very well. You have the handouts. What's that?
It's good on my side. Everything
else. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, great. Oh, fantastic. So, yeah. Okay, great. So first, before we start, I think it's important that we talk about the topic of osteoarthritis, because one of the things that we saw in the industry was, and when I say industry, I mean all industries, medical, chiropractic, rehab, massage therapy, physical therapy, is there's a lot of misconceptions about osteoarthritis. Now I'm working on the 2nd edition of my Corrective Exercise Solutions book. So I did a lot of research. I'm writing an entire chapter on osteoarthritis. So this is the information that's coming directly from the research that I just found, the most up-to-date research. The reason why this is important is because it will lay the foundation for the approach that Robert and I will share with you in this presentation. It will allow you to educate your clients, because your clients aren't getting great information about osteoarthritis. They're just hearing the same things from their medical doctors, from their chiropractors, from their physical therapists. Not bad people, it's just the information is a little bit outdated. So we want to bring you up-to-date information. And like I said, more importantly, bring you strategies that we have found to work with osteoarthritic changes in our own bodies, in our clients, as well as in the certifications that we both teach, okay? So let's begin. Let's talk about what osteoarthritis is. It's also known as degenerative joint disease. And I don't like that term because 2 things. One, degenerative joint disease indicates it's like something like, oh, I'm going to catch that from somebody. Like, don't come near me. I'm going to catch that disease. But it's not a disease at all. So when we talk about it, arth means joint and itis means inflammation. So it's essentially arthritis is inflammation of a joint. If you add osteo to it, osteo means bone. So it's arthritis, or I should say inflammation of the arth joint or bone, hence the term osteoarthritis. Now, we also have to just differentiate it from other types of arthritises, because there's a lot of autoimmune type arthritises, like rheumatoid. Rheumatoid is autoimmune. That tends to be a little bit more genetic in nature. My family, I'm adopted, so my family has a gene for rheumatoid arthritis. My sister has it, my mother had it. So there is that gene. But osteoarthritis is not a genetic component. We'll talk about what it is and more importantly, what you can do about it. Now, here's some characteristics. So what does a doctor see that allows them to make the diagnosis of osteoarthritis? First thing they take an x-ray and say, oh, you have decreased joint space. So if you kind of see on your notes or on the screen here, if you look at, this would be an L5 spine. So we're looking at the lumbar spine as if you're standing here and the person's facing that direction. This is L5 vertebrae, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what you may see is like up here, you don't see the space where the disc would be, but what you see is, you see the space where the disc would be. You don't see the disc because you don't see soft tissue on an x-ray. So you see big space, open space here, and now closed space getting thinner and thinner as we go down. that's what the doctor would say that, oh, you have osteoarthritis, you have degenerative joint disease, okay? Now, you may see bone spurs, and if you can see these little pointy things sticking out the front side of the vertebrae, you see these little points, those are called bone spurs. Now, they can also point back into this canal where the spinal cord and the nerves are coming out. So if those bone spurs hit a nerve, that's why you can have pain down your leg, because it's creating nerve impingement, and that's where you may have a numbness, tingling, burning, and muscle weakness associated with bone spurs or osteoarthritic changes. Now, you may also have limited joint range of motion. Because just think about this, if you add more bone, we'll talk about why the body adds more bone, but if you add more bone, then you will actually decrease joint space. There may or may not be pain depending on where your client is in this cycle. Okay, so now you go to your doctor, you say, hey, is there anything I can do about osteoarthritis? And they're like, no, it's just old age and genetics. And I'm here to tell you it's not just old age, and it's definitely not genetics. So there's a study that came out by Dr. Wallace and his colleagues in, I believe they're out of Harvard. They looked at skeletons pre and post industrial era. So they looked at skeletons before and skeletons after, and they're like, why do so many more people today have osteoarthritis in their knees than prior? And what they found out is skeletons say arthritis isn't about aging. So it's not old age, it's about activity. So what Dr. Wallace came up with is the decrease in physical activity. And I want to add one caveat to Dr. Wallace's statement, if I can be so bold. It's about the quantity and quality. It's not just exercise more, because we have lots of people exercising more today, but we're seeing 11 and 12 and 13-year-old girls come into our office with osteoarthritis of their hips already. They already have bone spurs. They already have decreased joint space. They already have cartilage degeneration. That's osteoarthritis, my friends. So it's not just the quantity of exercise, it's also the quality. And that's where you as a health and fitness professional are in the best place to help your clients. So I love this quote by Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn out of the Cleveland Clinic in Ohio. He said, your genetics loads your gun. We all have certain genetics. The genetics loads the gun, your lifestyle pulls the trigger. So whatever your clients, we all have different genetic stereotypes, but your lifestyle is much more important. And more of the research is now proving that it's your epigenetics, not your actual genetics, that is the cause of most disease. Okay? So why do so many of your clients have osteoarthritis or the degenerative joint disease? It really comes down to one word, that's their habits. It's the habits of how they sit, how they exercise, how they bend forward. And if you look at this image here, you see this guy bending forward to lift a box. And you see that he's bending mostly where? Where is most of his motion coming from? It's coming from his low back. It's not coming from his hips. And that's because too many of us are sitting, too many of your clients are sitting for a living. They sat the majority of their life. We have exercises in our facility, not our facility, but in our industry, I should say, that facilitate non-optimal and suboptimal strategies, like kettlebell swings where you're driving excessive thoracic extension. You're driving the neck to reverse its curve. You're driving the pelvis forward. We'll talk about that as we get closer to the hips and spine. It's all about your client's habits, because if you understand this, you understand that you can change your client's habits. That's the number one thing we do as health and fitness professionals, is we're a lifestyle change. But what you're changing is you're changing your client's habits. You're helping them create more optimal and efficient habits. So this is why we call it and refer to it as the degenerative joint process, because it's a process, not a disease. The first step of a three-step process is you change posture and movement. You start changing how you're sitting. You start changing how you're bending. You start changing how you're lifting. You start changing the alignment of your knees, because of things like sedentary lifestyle, injuries, surgeries, traumas all impact our posture and movement strategy. And even incorrect exercise or suboptimal exercise contributes to these issues. So that's how we start to change posture and movement. So that's step one. Step two is you start creating soft tissue changes. So what are soft tissue changes? That's starting to change muscles, ligaments, fascia, tendons, joint cartilage. You start changing length of tissues. Some muscles get too long, over lengthened. Other muscles get too short. Same thing with joint capsules and ligaments, all your connective tissue. You also start to change the meniscus, soft tissue like the meniscus, or the labrum of the hip or shoulder. You start getting these soft tissue changes. Now we can see them on MRI. We start to see these soft tissue changes. So step one, posture and movement changes. Step two, soft tissue changes. Now, step three are your bony changes. This is where your body's laying down more bone. This is actually where you start getting more of that density of your bone. And if you've ever seen your client with an arthritic knee, what does it look like? Big, thick. because the body is laying down more bone. That's Wolff's Law. Wolff's Law states when a joint is overloaded or bone is overloaded, it will lay down more bone. It's just physiology. It's biomechanics and physiology. So the more you lay down more bone, so just imagine this is your knee and you see the joint space in between my two hands, the more bone density you create, the less joint space you have. Now you start to limit range of motion, and that happens all over the body. The thumbs, the spine, and the hips and knees are the most common areas, but it happens in the toes. It happens in all joints of the body the exact same way. So basically, time magnifies all your habits. So when you look at an x-ray or your doctor looks at an x-ray, what they're really looking at is a snapshot. And that's why we say this is an x-ray is just a snapshot of your lifetime of posture and movement habits, okay? Now, it's basically you change posture and movement, that creates soft tissue. Soft tissue changes ultimately then drive osseous or bony changes. Then this becomes a self-perpetuating cycle, but even worse, the more advanced osteoarthritic changes become, it can also start to go in reverse, where now your osseous changes cause posture and movement changes. And you've seen this in your clients. When they have an arthritic knee, they can't walk through their knee. They start limping and listing. And now that creates more soft tissue changes and posture and movement changes. And you've seen this happen in all or many of your clients that are coming to see you. So why do so many approaches fail? Why does medication fail and surgery fail? And even physical therapy fails a lot of times because they're not dealing with what? They're not addressing the #1 cause of this degenerative joint cycle, and that's the habits. And that's why Robert and I paired up today, and we're so happy to have you guys join us for the Integrative Movement System meets Training the Older Adult. We're gonna share with you strategies that we have found to work with our older population, not just the athletes, not just young people, but the older population that have this degenerative changes in their body. So we're gonna go right into assessment because we got about 20 minutes before we start taking questions from you guys. So we're gonna go into this assessment. I'm gonna have Janice come out. And the first assessment we're going to do, so you guys have these notes, so just follow along in your notes. We're going to look at posture. Posture is basically how your nervous system sets up the alignment of your head, neck, thoracolpelvic cylinder, this area from your first rib down to your pelvis, and how you organize your center of mass over your base of support or your feet. So I'm gonna show you, let me just move the screen out of the way just a little bit and bring Janice out. So we can take you through a quick posture scan so you can see what we're looking for in our postural evaluation. And you can do this very, very quickly. It does not take a lot of time to do this. So one of the things we do, thank you, Janice, for coming out. So one of the things we're looking for is how well does a client align their head and neck over their rib cage, which is their thorax, over top their pelvis. The thorax from rib 1 all the way down to the pelvis is the thoracolpelvic cylinder. It should be like a cylinder. The rib cage and pelvis should stack up and align. And then how well does all this up here align over top her feet? So I want you just to take a look at your client and basically you score it from a score of 1 to 3. 3 means everything's lined up. The head and neck are aligned over top the thoracolpelvic cylinder, the shoulders in a good alignment, and everything aligns pretty well over top her feet. Now, if you look at Janice, it's kind of hard to see because it's only one dimensional here on the screen, but you see Janice has a little bit of hyperextension here in her low back. She's relatively well aligned, but she's got a little hyperextension in here. Overall, you can't see her feet, but I'll just tell you, overall, from here down, she's relatively well stacked over her feet. But like I said, she does have this little bit of thoracic hyperextension, so I'd score her a 2. Because if I cue Janice, when I cue Janice, get a little longer through here, get nice and long, yep. She's able to easily correct that. So I can bring her into a category 3 very easily. Your older clients will not go that easily. Now, here's what your older clients do. This is more of your younger clients. This is more your younger, more sort of aware, posturally aware clients. They tend to be more thoracic extended. Your older clients tend to be more thoracic kyphosis. And that's where they have sort of collapsed through the rib cage. And now the rib cage is behind their pelvis. So if you look here, if I look through the midpoint of her thorax here, her thorax is behind her pelvis. So I'm gonna score this 1. I will give her a 2 if she's able to easily correct out of it, but most of your older clients will not correct easily out of it. So I'll probably score a lot of our older clients a 1 because they're stuck, they're sort of stuck in this position. But we're gonna share with you strategies on how to get your clients better aligned and better stacking that thoracolpelvic cylinder. So the rib cage over top the pelvis. Now I'm going to turn it back to Robert. He's going to go into our second assessment. So you want to
Excellent. Ev, if you're good with it, buddy, I'm going to do all three of mine in a row, just so I can go between
That's
the
perfect.
videos.
Yep.
Yeah. And then I am going to turn on my mic here so you guys can hear me while I'm away. So Ev, I just won't be able to hear you. All right, buddy?
Okay, got it.
All right. Give me a thumbs up here, everybody. Hearing me? All good? Awesome.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to do my three in a row. And really what we look at, I know you guys, hopefully you have it printed and you're seeing, I have it projected up on here. What we're looking at on a scoring technique, 0 means our client was not comfortable even attempting this. So we have those individuals that come in, maybe they're using a walker, they're in a wheelchair, something along those lines. You're like, hey, I want to see you do a sit to stand. And they're like, man, I just don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for that. We're just going to put them at a 0 right from the get-go. A 1 means that they weren't comfortable attempting it. And when they tried, they failed. 2 means they did it. It just wasn't all that great. Maybe there were some things we needed to work on. 3, it was perfect. We gave you a spot on these 2 so you could print out this PDF direct. And we will do, Evan and I will put a Dropbox together. We have everyone's email. So we'll do a Dropbox. You should already have these PDFs, but we'll put in the forms and the grids independently. So you're welcome to have the form to print out or kind of recreate something on your own is fine with us. And we can go from there. So 0, they weren't comfortable. 1, they tried, they failed. 2, need some work. Here are my notes. 3, it looks fantastic, okay? So the first one we're gonna do is a sit to stand. And I love these techniques of different kind of chair components, different heights, and you can use these little AirX pads, right? These are 2-inch AirX pads. So with a lot of our clients, if I'm looking at them when they first come in out of the gate, and I'm like, boy, I don't know if they're gonna get the parallel or even near it, I'll stack this puppy up. We even have a stool. Some facilities have adjustable stools that are via the pegs and the little push pins. You can use those, whatever you like. I like to put the client in a position where when we are doing what we professionals call an assessment, I call it an observation or a part of the workout. And just a very, very quick story. My wife's a runner. We went to a place here on the West Coast called Fleet Feet, where you don't go in and say, I want the new Nikes. They go in and they watch you run in the store, and then they tell you what $200 pair of shoes you need. And based on the assessment of what they see, they pick the product. So when my wife started running, she ran like Michael Johnson. We were like, what do you do? That's not how you run. I've seen you run. You don't run like this. She knew she was being watched. She was being assessed. She was being judged. So what I like to do is take this whole observation and just say, this is workout number 1, right? I'm going to build in a sit to stand. I'm going to build in my chest pull and my step up and all that. And I'll give them a little bit of coaching, a little bit of cueing, just so they can do it safely. But I'm not over coaching it and making them produce something they wouldn't naturally do. So they'll come in and they see 8 sit to stands. And I'm like, cool. So I'll have them sit down. And I'm going to look at this from a couple different positions. The big things we're looking for, number 1, is as they sit down and stand up, is there a rock where they need momentum, right? They come back and they rock, or they're pushing with their thighs on their thighs to help them get up. Are we seeing from the front view, are we seeing a valsalvic collapse when they go to get up? This little collapse we call the hourglass in here, right? Are we seeing forward tilt of what I call butt upping, okay? Which means my back is strong, but my hips are weak. So they'll hinge forward, they'll butt up, and then use their back to help them stand up. And we'll do this on the step up too. They'll do the same thing. They'll tip until their legs are straight, and then they can just use their back to help them extend. So all of those that I just showed you were all successful attempts, but it wasn't pretty, right? We saw something we needed to address. So all those would be a 2. Did it, but need some improvement. Ideally, what I'm looking for, I call it the triangle, is they're going to push down through their heels, they're going to push back through their hips, and they're going to push up with the top of their head and their chest. So imagine like a pyramid, well, for you guys, tilted this way, right? Tilted on its side. 1 point down, 1 point back, 1 point up. Structurally, nice, sound position. Push down, drive the butt back, drive the head and chest up, all in one action. And then they're going to return in that. Where if I were to record it, from your point of view, I wouldn't know if I'm going forward or if I'm going backwards in the frame, because the action is exactly the same. Hip displacement is our most key component. Are they very vertical? Are they up on their toes? Their heels are maybe off the ground or really close. And so when they sit down and stand up, everything's through their knees. Their torso is so straight. That's telling you right away, there's pelvic tilt issues going on. There's knee and quad dominance going on. So I want to put them in a position where they have to displace and reach back. And I'll use that cue. The file cabinet drawer is open. You got to shut it and then sit down, right? Or I'm pulling this chair away. You got to get your butt over it before you sit back on it. And once we do that and I say, okay, this looks successful, I can pull one of these guys and we're going to go 2 inches lower and let's see what that looks like now. Can I do that same action? So I can score successful, successful pretty, or successful ugly, or they couldn't do it at all, right? And we can adjust and kind of pick those pieces that you're looking for in there. So we got the claps, we got the shoulders, and the other one is that forward shoulder tuck we talked about pushing on here as they come up. So that's your sit to stand, okay? Key components here, can we get the parallel, maybe even slightly below parallel? I don't like to go super deep where they're like sitting in the bucket technically. Then you're gonna see a lot of back and a lot of knee dominance come out no matter what, okay? All right, so that's our sit to stand. Now moving on, our next one, step up. Step up options, you have, it may be different from facility to facility, obviously. This is a 12-inch soft cushion box. These can hold up to like 500 pounds, maybe a little bit more. I love these because if someone falls, they land on something very soft, very, very useful for all kinds of stuff. These come in 3, 6, and 12 inches, and you can adjust those obviously how you want. So what we put in here was the box height. Are we doing a 6, a 12, or an 18 inch? You can have adjustments in between there if you really want to get that specific. The typical step you're going to experience in a house or going up and down a flight of stairs is anywhere between 8 and 10 inches. Rarely will you find a 12-inch step unless you're at like maybe a football stadium, something older from the 80s. So training to 12 is pretty ideal because that's going to overtrain them by 2 inches typically to be able to work the mechanics of a regular step that they're going to experience through their daily life. Up to an 18-inch box, I would urge that more for taller individuals or fairly athletic individuals. Evan and I looked at like, if you're 6 foot, we should be at this. This is all based on ability. So it really doesn't have a lot to do with what we think they should be able to do based on their height, weight, etc. It's what are we dealing with now, right? So we could start them on a 3-inch box, a 6-inch box. 0 means weren't comfortable even trying. 1 means we tried to do it and we failed. So let's say they try a 3 or a 6-inch box. They can do it. It's a little ugly and we want to try to clean it up a little bit. We have these little anchors of bands and you can put your bands anywhere, high, medium, low, wherever you want. And I love this because it gives a support system, but not a solid support system. So solid would be me hanging onto the post, and no matter what, I'm probably going to be successful here because I can pull with my hands. So what is nice about the band, and I'm purposely just kind of showing you my bottom half here, I can pull the band down, use this as a bit of resistance, but I still have to balance and coordinate myself to be able to perform the movement, even though I've got a little bit of help. So that's kind of our in-betweener. We do 6, it goes well. We try 12, they can't, or they start to butt up. We can make the transition to use the bands in there to help them a little bit, okay? So band with or without, 6, 12, 18. A couple of things that we're looking for when we do this. Valgus collapse as well. I'd say 90% of the time you're going to experience as they push, the knee is going to collapse medially. The next one you'll see is a lot of jumping off the back foot to help them successfully achieve the step up. A good cue for that is to ask them to lift their toe off the floor on the bottom leg so they can't jump off this foot anymore. Literally lift your foot up and then just try to push yourself on the box and return. Very difficult. That's a true test of your ability to step up and return. And then the other one, I'll show you from the side here, is the butt up. I lean forward, I stick my butt up, and then I do a back extension. I successfully did it, but it was ugly, right? So we need to kind of decide in there, do we want to score a higher ugly 2 or a lower perfect 3, right? I like to look at the lower but done well techniques, but I still, for my scoring, but I still want to see those other ones because those are little tells. Those are telling me, do we have a stability issue in the knee? Do we have a back dominant individual that does these butt ups, right? It gives me some tells in there. and you as the coach right next to people when they're doing this, right? Because you just never know. They could look perfectly capable and perfectly able, and they tumble all over the place. We just want to make sure we're doing these safely. And if anyone's kind of like, ooh, I don't know, you need to be right there with them, right? The last thing we want to have happen is an injury on their first day or second day, making sure that they are starting to establish and building trust with you right out of the gate. All right, my last one, I call it a chest pull. Our industry calls it face pulls, okay? Evan and I have talked about this. Evan's experience with shoulder issues. I'm actually getting an MRI tonight on my right shoulder to find out what's going on with mine, as if I needed another thing to add to my list. We haven't had a shoulder injury yet, so I could check that box, right? Ugh, getting old. So something that we can do here with this is instead of the pronated position, which typically kind of rotates and leads towards impingements, and the typical face pull, you see people pull into their forehead or above their head. To me, that just seems to aggravate or exacerbate current limitations that are already going on there. And I want to come out of this with a positive experience. So I'm going to start with my safest pulling action. And in most cases, most people you're going to work with, if they have head or neck injury actions going on, pulling from a low anchor is going to directly affect that. Think of it as like a counter. If my weight and tension is coming down low, my counter to that is up high. So I'm going to strain from my neck, my occipital, back of my upper trap, all this, right from the get-go to engage. So I'm going to say 90% of the people are going to have some type of aggravation from that. So we're going to start at the high anchor point with knowing the impingement issues that can go onto the shoulder. I'm going to rotate, so I'm in a supinated position. I call this working the triangle. You're going to hear me say that a lot, where I'm going to have my hands open, and as I pull the band, I'm going to try to make all three sides of the triangle tighter as opposed to slack of this middle one, right? Slack in the middle as I pull it. I want all three tight. So I can stagger my feet or go even, and as I pull, supinated grip under my chest line, so below the sternum, and return, and I'll have them perform this chest pull supinated, elbows in tight, and I'll ask them, how does that feel? Are you having any clicking, popping, anything that's painful? Typically, clicking, popping is okay-ish if it's not accompanied by wincing, points where they got to get through it and it doesn't hurt anymore. All those are indicators that something else is going on, right? And I'll let Ev speak more to that. So to start there, as that feels better, we'll go to something called a joystick grip. So I'm taking my supinated palms up. I don't change anything. I just turn my hands to a neutral, like I'm holding on to a joystick, like a race car game in the arcade, right? And I'll try that neutral row component still under my chest. And if that feels good, I will go pronated, and I will have them pulled just under the chin. Still elbows out in line, like I'm sliding my arms across the tabletop the whole time with the neutral chin and kind of pulling everything down into my back pockets. I'm not overarching any of that. I'm just pulling straight down. And based off of that, I'm looking for my feedback, what they're feeling, how their actions are, reading their facial expressions, the tempo in which they can pull. I can have them back up a little further to try to give more resistance. I can have them up band, and I can work with that angle in here where I can find a challenging component that gives me some information. But ideally, if they're just good, everything feels right, and we move through that, and we're 3 all the way to that pronated position. I'm looking at the shoulder being able to work, move, manipulate, and go through these range of motions that I'm pretty happy with. So it's going to give you some all these, you want to come away with the idea of a score and a key component from each of these major actions that are going to lead you towards, here's what we need to do at the shoulder, here's what we need to do at the hip. And now you've got a game plan for us when we go through these next couple 3 hours together. You can say, based on what I saw in this movement observation and this assessment, here's the corrective I need to use, here's the strength training components I need to use to improve these limitations. Ev?
Awesome, awesome. And we're going to finish up with 2 quick assessments. And I just want to back up just a little bit because I forgot to sort of tell you guys why assessments are important. And I think we just sort of assume that, oh, you assess because that's what you do. But I want you to really truly understand, because part of being a specialist is understanding why you're doing what you're doing. Your assessment serves 2 purposes, actually 3. Number 1, it helps you identify your client's suboptimal strategies. Suboptimal strategies are strategies that aren't functioning as well or working as well as they should, and that's the exact reason why your clients have chronic tightness, chronic discomfort, and or the inability to perform at the levels they need to and or want to. Because not everyone comes in pain, but you may see your client have shoulder range of motion here, and you're like, that's not optimal. They may not have pain, but it may lead to pain. It may lead to, or probably will lead to, non-optimal performance and not allow them to successfully achieve their health and fitness goals. The second thing you do your assessments for is it gives you that before and after. And one of the things we always teach our clients to do, or I should say people that come through our certification program, is you must take before and after photos and videos. Because what happens for your clients is they forget what they look like, what they felt like when they came in. Pictures don't lie, videos don't lie. So get in the habit of taking pictures and videos of your clients day 1, and then after 30 days, 90 days, 180 days, because when people look at the before and after, I'll give you a quick example. When I got braces, my teeth were all like fandangled. They were all over the place. We grew up, lower middle class. We didn't have money for braces. My teeth were all cramped and overlapping. So when I was an adult a few years ago, I got braces. I got the Invisalign, and so one day I'm at the dentist, and he had a picture of like this fandangled looking mouth with teeth all over the place. I'm like, man, that looks horrible. Who's that? He's like, that's you. Like, I totally forgot what my mouth used to look like now that my teeth are straight. So your clients will forget that they came in looking like this, all hunched over one day, and now they're actually like this. They're like, yeah, but my head is still forward. My shoulders are still forward. But yeah, you showed lots of improvement. So it allows your client to demonstrate to your client the before and after. The third thing it does is a lot of your clients are coming in with chronic pain. We don't have time to go into chronic pain, but chronic pain is a lot up here. And I don't mean like it's all in your head. What I mean is with chronic pain, it creates plastic or neuroplastic changes. It changes the structure of your brain when you've been in chronic pain, like a lot of our older clients have been. So they may feel pain even though there's not a painful situation going on. So what you want to do is focus your client more on their function. What can you now do that you weren't able to do 6 weeks ago or 6 months ago? Remember before, you had so much pain you couldn't even lift your arm up. Well, you still have pain now, but look at the difference in your range of motion. So it gives your client some objective feedback that they can see that even though you're still in pain, that you're actually performing at a greater level. So those are the 3 important functions of your assessment: to show you why your client's experiencing chronic tightness, discomfort, and or can't perform at the levels they need to give you the before and afters, and also when your clients are experiencing pain, to show them those objective changes. Hey, look at your posture before, look at your movement before, look at where it is now. So yes, you still have pain, but look at the improvements, the objective improvements in your function. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Give me a thumbs up if it did. Awesome. See, thank you so much. Now, let's go on to our last 2 assessments. We'll go really quickly. So when you look at the shoulder, what we want to see is, let me just come over here, Janice, just a little tiny bit. We're going to do a quick shoulder scan. We're going to do shoulder flexion. It's important that your client keeps her elbow, wrist, and hand straight, because what your client will often do is when they lift their arm up, they bend their elbow, they bend their wrist, and it looks like they're getting all kinds of range of motion, but they're really not. So have your client keep their elbow, wrist, and hand perfectly straight. Keep it as close to their body and head as possible, and then go straight up overhead. And then you stop them when they're compensating, when you see that compensation. So one common compensation you'll see is this right here. They'll shove their pelvis forward and swing their back behind them, okay? So they're basically swaying and then come back, especially your kyphotic clients. So go a little kyphotic for me, please. Yeah, so your kyphotic clients, they don't have range of motion, so what they do is they shove that pelvis forward, and that's how they get their arms overhead. And that's why overhead motion isn't always so great for your clients, because they don't have range of motion. So if they're doing a shoulder press, they're just pushing out here in front of them instead of going vertical. And Robert's got a lot of great progressions for that. We'll show you some corrective exercises actually to improve overhead range of motion. So look for straight arm, straight wrist, straight fingers. Keep the arm next to the head as closely as possible. Don't allow the arm to deviate out here and then bend the elbow like that. So keep the elbow straight. That will give you the purest reading. So again, a 3 is they get full range of motion. So that's about somewhere between 160 to 180 degrees of shoulder flexion. Janice is about, so 180 is completely straight up. Janice is about 170, 160 to 170. A lot of your clients will be down here more like 145, 150. That's pretty significantly decreased. 90 degrees straight out here in front. So that's about 145, somewhere around there, which actually for a lot of your clients isn't so bad, but it's still decreased. Also look for compensations through their back. So this would be more of a, maybe score. So no compensation and about 145, I'd score that a 2, okay? Now, if they are 145 here, and then they're also swaying their back, that's a 1, okay? So that's more of your score of a 1. So you can score the range, but you can also score whether they compensated and what their body does, okay? So arm straight, aligned, go straight up overhead. What you can also do with your clients, Janice, we face here. You can have the client put one hand over their rib cage here so they can monitor for themselves their rib cage so they don't lift that rib cage up so they don't go into that extended type position. So this helps them monitor on their own. Yep, exactly. I see some of you doing that. So that's shoulder flexion. The last one I'm going to throw in, it's not on your sheet, but I just want to throw it in because it's going to be important for your hips. It's hip rotation. This is super simple, especially if you're working in a group setting. This is easy to have everyone do. So you want to look at hip rotation because one of the things we'll talk about as we get to the hips and low back next is when your clients start walking and they lose rotation, because this is what happens. If they lose rotation, they start walking side to side like this. So hip rotation is a very, very important assessment to do. So again, make sure you standardize the test. Have your client stand with their feet together. And if they can't stand with their feet together because the balance is an issue, then go hip width apart. But just make sure you mark their feet so every time you retest them, their feet are in the exact same position. So for those of you watching, most of you have good balance, put your feet completely together, okay? So hands will go on the pelvis because you want your client to be able to monitor their own pelvis, especially if you're teaching in a group environment, more than one person at a time. Have your client slowly rotate to one side as far as they can, and then slowly come back to center. Always have your client come back to center position. This is the 0 position. So if they're on a clock, this is turning towards the 3 o'clock, come back to center, and then turn towards 9 o'clock. And compare side to side. Most clients, do it one more time, Janice. Most clients will have a side that's more limited, more challenging. For Janice, which side feels more limited to you, Janice? Left side. That's what I see with my eyes. Do it one more time just so that people can watch. Right side goes pretty freely. Left side feels a little more restricted. So it's going to be much more obvious in your clients, especially as they get osteoarthritic hips, as they start to get tighter and more restricted hip mobility. So hip rotation, standing, just check side to side. Make sure you come back to center or the 0 position and check this before and after you do your correctives, which we'll go into next. So again, I would grade this a 3 if they have symmetry between both sides, a 2 if they're pretty close both sides, 1 if there's a big asymmetry side to side. You can also note on your assessment form, just say, hey, decreased left rotation in Janice's case. Make it even simpler than that. So just an easy way to record your assessments. It takes no time at all. Hey, just put your feet together, hands on your pelvis, rotate, center, rotate, which side looks to you more restricted and which side feels more restricted to your client. Okay, Robert, we're basically right on time, which is pretty amazing for the 2 of us.
That's fantastic.
We're at 2:20.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Let's field some questions about the assessment. So if you have assessment questions, just type them in. Robert and I will take about 5 minutes. We'll also allow you to jump up and grab some water, run to the bathroom, whatever you need to do before we get started on the corrective exercises and training progressions for the hip and low back. So what do we got?
Did anybody not get the PDFs? Please shoot your email address into the chat real quick and I'll forward those on. Liz, I got yours. Anybody else, if you didn't get it, it came from the Functional Aging Institute and it says slides attached for today's pre-conference with Evan and Rob. That's the title you're looking for. So if you didn't get those, let me know.
Cool.
All right, Ev, you got it, buddy.
We're all
An
good?
easy assessment for the neck.
Oh,
There's
easy.
one
Oh,
questions coming.
super easy. Come on up, Denise. Denise really wanted me to do this one. Easy, super easy assessment for the neck. Just do neck rotation. It's very easy for your clients to feel the difference. It's very easy for you to assess in your clients. Just have your client stand, feet together again, arms by the side, not pulling down, just arms lightly by the side. I'm going to zoom in on Janice just a little tiny bit. Actually, I want you face that way if you don't mind. So what you want to do is watch your client from behind and see how much of their face you can see when they rotate their head and neck. You're also looking for, do they stay pure rotation or do they start doing like a side bend or extension or flexion? So Janice, look over your right shoulder as far as you can go. Try to keep your shoulders steady. Just see how much of her face that you can see from that side. I'll try to get in here a little closer here so you guys can get a better view there. So there you go. So just take a look at how much of her face you can see. Slowly come back to center. Always have them come back to center before going to the left side. Go left side, and then come back to center. Which side looks like you can see more of her face? Go right, come back to center, go left. It's hard for me to see from this angle, but I'm gonna say I see more of her left face than the right side of her face. So her right side neck rotation is limited. Obviously, you can do more assessments than that, but that's a super easy one to do. And when Janice is actually going to do a whole session on Saturday on breathing, we're going to talk about that briefly here in a little while. But breathing is one of the key strategies to changing neck rotation. We'll talk about why in a few moments as well. So thank you, Dr. Erb. Dr. Erb, you're on there. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for joining us.
All right, another question we had on here was just to clarify, when doing the sit to stand and the step up, is it okay to lean forward a little bit? Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have, I like how you put a wee bit. Absolutely, a wee bit. There is a transfer of load from the back of the foot to midfoot as you're coming up. So you are going to have some. What we're looking for, though, is are they drastically cheating and like recruiting that big lean back, big rock forward? Basically, if they didn't do that, they couldn't achieve it. That's kind of the big cheat that you're looking at. Evan, Eileen's asking if you have an assessment for the SI joint.
Yeah, that's pretty advanced though. So
Tough one to dive into.
That's beyond the scope of this. Yeah. But just to let you know, one thing that can show you SI joint function is just standing on one leg. If your client can stand on one leg, let me just back up here for a moment. Stand on one leg. If they're pretty solid, you're standing on one leg, their SI joint is solid. If they're starting to get a little wobbly, it doesn't mean it's SI, but if they have an unstable, quote unquote, unstable loss of control of their SI joint, they won't be able to stand on one leg. They'll be like this. They'll be doing all kinds of compensation. So that's a quick, easy assessment, but it doesn't tell you specifically if the SI joint is the problem. There's more specific assessments for that.
Gotcha. All right, Peter, and who is my other one? Liz, please confirm you guys got those. I just forwarded it to you, so I hope you got those, okay? We got about 4 or 5 more minutes here before we change gears, Ev.
I see a question about, would you recommend hip rotation for L5 S1 fusion? Absolutely. Because what we're not doing, what I don't want you to do with your clients, this is not what we're doing. It's not keep the pelvis steady and just do this, right? It's keep the spine stable and do this. So it's not spinal rotation, it's hip rotation. That's a really awesome question. I'm glad you asked that, because you have to assess hip rotation. Because a lot of your low back issues, where did they start? They started as hip rotation issues. You lose hip rotation, you have to start rotating more and more from your low back or your knees. What's the 2 most common things we see here in our clinic? Me as a chiropractor and most chiropractors, low back, knee issues. Absolutely.
Gang, one of the big issues that Evan and I face is that we are both extremely long-winded. We had scheduled some Instagram lives, and we scheduled them to be like 20, 25 minutes, and we went an hour on every one. So if you see us kind of jumping around, like, okay, we got to change gears now. We want to make sure we deliver everything to you. But by all means, we are going to be happy to stay on here and answer questions with you. We love to talk. And if we don't get you today, between our Instagram pages and our YouTube channels and such, there's an answer lying for you somewhere with something else we've put out. We can always point you in the right direction for that. I have over 100 videos on YouTube. So yes, sir.
Sorry to cut you off. You know, you and I always over deliver. Why don't you and I do a follow-up one of these days?
Oh yeah.
We'll do a follow-up.
We got everybody's email. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'd love to do that. Let's just do like an hour Q&A. We can just do that too. So if we don't get you today, we will email everybody. We'll do a private Zoom meeting. I love it, Ev. Great thinking. Yeah, I'll put that together and I'll send that invite out to everybody when we get done.
Awesome.
So
we truly appreciate you guys being on here live because I know your time is valuable. Your time is busy. We got lots of stuff going on in the world. We truly appreciate you guys being here and all you do for your clients. All right.
We have our 2 free giveaways that we're sending out to everybody as well.
Oh, that's right.
I gotta send that in the Dropbox.
Absolutely.
All right, Ev, you ready to take it away, my man? Get into your correctives.
We got it. Awesome.
25 minutes on the clock. Ready, go.
All right. Dude, we're early, man.
We're doing great, baby. We're on
early. This is great for us. Okay, now we're moving on to our correctives for low back and hip. So this is what makes you do the things that we're about to do. Couple reasons. Number one, you notice hip restriction, and almost all your older clients are coming in with some level of hip restrictions. Unless they've done a lot of yoga, they've got hip restrictions. And remember, one of the most common things you'll see in clients that have hip restrictions is when they walk, they have what I call, referred to as a waddling gait. They lose the ability to rotate as they walk, because walking is all about rotation. As you step forward with your left leg, you rotate and then counter rotate towards the forward leg. But at the same time, your rib cage is doing almost the opposite. Your rib cage is counter rotating. And why do you do that? And your head and neck are counter rotating. Why is all this counter rotating happening? Because your nervous system has one goal, right? To keep your eyes level and looking straight forward. Remember, for thousands, tens of thousands of years, we had prey coming at us. It could be animals, could be other humans. You were foraging. So what we want to do is keep the eyes level to the horizon and still be able to scan out peripherally. If you don't counter rotate, you lose the ability to keep your eyes level. That means when you rotate right, you're moving your head right, and now you're vulnerable over here to your other side. So you need to counter rotate to keep everything efficient and moving forward. Now what happens for a lot of our older clients is they lose rotation through their hips. We're gonna start with the hips. And what they'll do is they lose the ability to rotate and then rotate. What they do is they start going through the frontal plane. They start waddling, and you'll see your clients. When you start looking at your clients, like, holy cow, that's exactly what they're doing. So the correctives that we're about to do are directly, the goal of them is to improve rotation of the hips. That's the number one goal. The second goal of these correctives is to create better alignment and control of the thoraco-pelvic cylinder. We do that through 3-dimensional breathing. Breathing, as Janice will talk about on Saturday, is the number one way to stabilize your core. Yes, muscles are important to hold things in place, but it's really the pressure inside the cylinder that allows you to be upright and not be compressed by gravity. Because remember, gravity is pulling you down this direction. How do you stay up? It's not just muscles. It's internal pressure that pulls you and lifts you back up. It doesn't pull you, it lifts you back up. Think about a ball, a deflated ball, a stability ball. When you blow it up, what happens to the ball? It elevates, it gets suspended. Think about breathing. What breathing does is it brings your rib cage up. When you look at your clients and you see this curvature, let me move over here so I'm not on the, when you see your clients collapse down like this, basically what they're saying to you is, I can't bring my torso up against gravity. Gravity has won the battle. Muscle contractions also pull you down. Muscle contractions have won the battle. But when you breathe, breathing allows you to suspend and lift back up that direction. When your clients say to you, oh, I just feel so tight in my low back, I feel tight all over, what they're really telling you is, I don't breathe well. People that breathe well don't tell you they feel tight, because when you breathe, you mobilize the rib cage, you mobilize the spine, you mobilize the organs that are sitting inside your rib cage and your pelvis, your abdomen and pelvis. The diaphragm pushes down and mobilizes all the organs. When your clients say to you, I'm tight and need to stretch, you say, no, you're tight. Or, no, say it like this. Yes, and you need to learn how to 3-dimensionally breathe. The number one thing I hear from all fitness professionals that we teach, not all, a lot of them, my clients don't get the importance of breathing. It's up to you to teach them the importance and use your assessments. Your assessments will change when you do three-dimensional breathing appropriately. Okay, so we're gonna go back there. We're gonna do two things. First, we're gonna do myofascial release. Just release the posterior hip complex. I'm gonna show you where to release most frequently or most often on your clients. It's mostly the posterior hip. Because what do most of your clients do? Oh, we need a chair. Let's bring a chair out here, Janice. Yeah, Janice is gonna grab a chair for us. So most of your clients are not sitting in anterior pelvic tilt, they're sitting in posterior pelvic tilt. I'm gonna show you here in a moment. What happens with your clients when they sit in posterior pelvic tilt, they get short where? What can't your clients do very well? They cannot bend forward and touch their toes very well. Why is that? What muscles are short and tight? Glutes, hamstrings, external hip rotators, because they're sitting in posterior pelvic tilt. There's another reason why your older clients also have short glutes, hip rotators, and hamstrings. Spinal stenosis. Spinal stenosis is narrowing of the spinal canal that will pull your clients into posterior pelvic rotation. So just grab that blue pad there, Janice, just so otherwise you'll be black and black. So Janice is gonna sit in posterior pelvic tilt, or she's gonna sit how most of our clients are sitting. So you see that she's sitting with her pelvis tucked under and shortness of the glutes here and hamstrings. Now, geez, show them anterior pelvic tilt sitting. That's anterior pelvic tilt. So now our pelvis is tilted this way. That would cause a shortness of your hip flexors and maybe a little lengthening of your glutes and hamstrings. But that's not how clients sit. Why don't clients sit like that? So you guys are sitting here watching that. Sit in anterior pelvic tilt. So stick your butt way back behind you, arch your back way up. Tell me why you would never sit like that. Because I see you smiling, you're like, oh, that feels awful on my low back, right? So stay there, don't move, don't move. Now, make that feel better. How do you make that feel better? Go into posterior pelvic tilt and lumbar spine flexion. You're like, oh, that feels better. That's how most chairs are set up. That's how most of your clients are sitting. You need to release the glutes, external hip rotators, and the hamstrings. We're gonna focus on the glutes right now and the external hip rotators. So we're gonna go back to the table here, and I'll show you how to simply and easily release the posterior hips. And this will make a huge difference in your clients. So Janice, you want to top on your back here? You don't need a massage table, but it's just easier. I know Robert he's got some of those foam blocks that he uses. So what you're going to do is take one of your balls. I'm going to use a white ball. I would never use a white ball with a client, but I'm going to take my white ball just because it's going to be easy to see where I place it, okay? So I'm going to use the baseball, but again, don't use a baseball. Use something softer. You want to release the glutes. So here, back here, the hip rotators. So this is where I'm going to put the ball on Janice. So behind the hip bone, here's the hip bone right here. Let me angle this down a little bit. Here's the hip bone right here. Put it behind that bone, not on the bone, behind to get the attachments of glute medius, glute maximus, and those external hip rotators. So I'm gonna have Janice slide her legs over. I'm gonna place a ball right here, and then legs back towards the ball. And now, can you feel that little tender area there? So now she'll just hold that and just breathe. She'll hold it for about 20 to 30 seconds, a couple breaths, and then we can slowly move it around that posterior hip complex, staying off bone, so stay off the hip joint, stay off the sacrum, and just use 3 to 4 to 5 different spots. Should take maybe like 2 to 3 minutes. Sometimes you do it both sides, but start out doing more on the more restricted side. So Janice was more restricted going to her left side. So we're gonna do more release on her left side, even though this is her right side, just for camera purposes, okay? I would do more on the side of hip restriction. So if they can't rotate left, do more here. Stand up real quick for me as you're listening to this, because this is very important. Because some people will say, well, why do I release the left side if I can't turn to my left side? So let's all create left-sided tightness, okay? So put your feet together for me. I want you to just put your hands on your pelvis. So let's do that standing assessment. Turn right, come back, turn left, okay? Just do that one more time. Turn left, or turn right, come back to center, turn left, okay? Now, I want you to, all of us, to create left hip restriction. So grip your left glute, just your left glute, okay? So make it tight. Leave the other one relaxed. Kind of hard to do, right? But just grip one. Now, So everybody's gripping their left side. Rotate right. No problems rotating right, correct? Okay, come back to center. Now rotate left. Doesn't go, right? It doesn't go. Tightness of your left posterior hip will restrict range of motion, internal rotation to that side. You just proved it to yourself. Everybody feel that? Thumbs up, awesome. Okay, so that's why we're releasing the left side, or the side of greater hip restriction. So again, 3 to 5 spots, 20 to 30 seconds per spot. Spend more time on the more restricted side. That's the key. One thing we're going to teach you throughout the rest of today, be very specific about what you do with your clients. That's how you become a specialist. That's how you differentiate yourself in the industry. Okay, now you've done myofascial release. Now you want to get into breathing. So I'm going to come in here closer. One of the things that we're going to discuss today, and Janice will discuss tomorrow, is belly breathing is not three-dimensional breathing. So I'm going to have Janice just belly breathe. And you see my hand rising, and you see my hand coming back in. But what you don't see, I'm going to put my hand here, Janice, with your permission. What you don't see, breathing again, belly breathe. You don't see the chest moving. Most of your older clients, they are predominantly belly breathers. That's why they have a distended abdomen. That's why if you touch their abdomen, it's all sort of flaccid, because they're using too much belly breathing. They're not able to breathe into their rib cage, all the way around the rib cage. Three-dimensional breathing is breathing from rib number 1 all the way down to the pelvic floor, breathing side to side and breathing front to back. That's three-dimensional breathing. That's using the entire cylinder in the breathing process. Here's how you do it. I'm going to grab a yoga strap. I had one here somewhere, but I'll just grab this strap because I got it right here. The easiest way to teach three-dimensional breathing is to put a strap, a yoga strap, or a light resistance band around your client's rib cage like that. So you're wrapping it around your rib cage, your client's rib cage. I'm going to use one here. I'm going to do standing up so you can see me doing it. So you wrap it around and you cross it in the front and very gently snug it up. Because where your clients don't breathe well is through their rib cage. They breathe really well down here into their belly. They don't breathe three-dimensionally through their rib cage. The strap, a light resistance band and or yoga strap, is the easiest way to get three-dimensional breathing. Now, what I want Janice to do is now send her breath into the strap. So breathe in and then pause. So it's breathe in, pause. And she's always breathing through her nose. So breathe in through the nose, and then she breathes out and relaxes her ribs back down that direction. Because the other thing you're going to notice with your older clients is their rib cage is very flared. They have a big flare in their rib cage because they're kyphotic and now they're belly breathers, so they flare their rib cage. We want to bring the ribs back down that direction towards her feet, not towards the table, down towards the feet. So breathe into the strap, pause for a second, and then breathe out. You generally want to breathe out twice as long as you breathe in. So if you're breathing in for 3 seconds, you breathe in for 3 seconds, pause for 1 second, breathe out for 6 seconds, and then pause for a second. That makes it a 3, 4, 6, 10, 11 second breath that allows your clients to have a longer breath and take fewer breaths per minute. So breathe in for 3 seconds, pause for 1 second, breathe out for 6 seconds, pause for 1 second. 11-second breath, that's about 5 to 6 breaths per minute. That will bring your breath much, much more efficient. Use
You guys, is he pausing out on you guys? Or is it just me?
No, yes, it's pausing out.
Okay, hold on, Ev.
She's reaching her head long in the back. She's
There we
breathing into the strap. So watch my hands. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So you also want to do breathing in the upright position. Stay long through the spine as if you're being pulled up from the back side of the head and neck. Now breathe into the strap, and you see my hands opening up back here. And get out of the way here. So breathe in for 3 seconds through the nose. Breathe in. There you go. Pause for a second. Then breathe out for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause, and then breathe in again. That way you get your 11-second breath. You're making it much more efficient. They're blowing off less carbon dioxide. They're retaining more carbon dioxide, which is what they want to do, which produces nitric oxide, which creates vasodilation. That's what creates general blood flow and health. I can't express to you how important this style of breathing is for your clients. This is a game changer. The number one thing I want you to take home from my section is breathing is the game changer for your clients. I can't express to you how important this is. Beautiful, Denise. Okay, now, pop on your back again, please. Now you want to teach your client how to. The next corrective exercise is happy baby position. You need to teach your client how to use this alignment now, use this breathing, and start to use their core as well. So the happy baby progression, many of your clients can do, some of your clients will not be able to do. So you have to determine for your client if this is appropriate or not. So happy baby position is when you bring the legs up to this position, because what it looks like is a baby would do when they're in the happy baby position. They have their legs up, they're usually playing with something or they're grabbing for something up here, and they have the thoracolpelvic cylinder aligned, they have 3-dimensional breathing, they got their hips in a nice position, and they're working on their core stabilization. So this is a great pattern for some of your clients. Not all clients, so I'll show you another position once we're done with this. Now, not every client can have their legs up like this. So, some clients, they'll have to have their legs supported on a chair or coffee table or up against the wall here. This is a good position. Put the feet against the wall, very good position, because the goal here is to get the cylinder aligned, because if I put Janice in the upright position, what position is this? What pattern would this be? If I took her and put her feet on the ground in this exact same position, she would be like squatting, exactly, deadlifting. So we're helping to set up the alignment that she'll ultimately have when she comes into the upright position. So feet on the wall, feet on a coffee table, feet on a set of blocks. Train that 3-dimensional breathing. If your client can, they can lift their legs up and off. What you should see in this position is no change in the cylinder. You should not see their face turning red. You should not see them struggling or distending their abdomen. So Janice can still do, if you see my hands on the rib cage, she can still do her 3-dimensional breathing, even though it's less full than before, because she's activating her core now, so it allows her to activate her core and breathe in this position, okay? So Janice asked me a good question. She's a good question to ask her. She's like, what makes her core activate in this position? The weight of her legs. By bringing your legs up, the abs have to kick on. The core muscles have to kick up a notch to stabilize the pelvis and spine. Some of your clients, like I said, will not be able to do this position because the legs are too heavy for their core. That's why just leave their legs down. They'll still get a lot of the benefit from this pattern, okay? So we've got breathing, we've got myofascial release, we've got breathing, we've got happy baby. Let me just show you an alternative to happy baby position. Janice, I'm gonna just have you jump off. I'm gonna get that table out of here. Another position for your clients that works really well is the supported position over top, like a massage table or even a workout bench. This is a little more challenging because now you have to bring it to shoulder stabilization. We haven't gotten there yet, but we'll get there here in a little bit. So what we have our clients do is align their head and neck. Let me put this up. Align their head and neck. Align their thoracolpelvic cylinder. And now what you're going to do, we'll talk about the hinges in a moment. You're going to hinge and place your forearms on the table. So now my hips are level to my shoulders. I can do 3-dimensional breathing. Just computing. I should have you do this. So just make sure I'm aligned well. So getting long through my neck. I'm still breathing into my cylinder. And I'm maintaining this position because it allows me to work on my alignment, my breathing, and ultimately setting up the plank position that we're going to get into eventually with many of our clients. We'll get into the shoulders in a little bit, but right now, just focus on what my core is doing. And then I'm doing three-dimensional breathing, same idea as when Janice was lying on her back, okay? So that's exercise, that's an alternative to the happy baby position. The last corrective we're gonna do, and then I'll turn it over to Robert, is supported hip hinge. This is the second most important pattern you must teach your clients. Supported hip hinge is the reason why hip hinges are so important is you must teach your clients how to get anterior pelvic rotation. And that's rotation of the pelvis going this direction. When you are gripped up from your hips. So let's have everybody stand up again. So I want you to feel this. Let me move this. Jeez, I need a little more room. Got it. So everybody do this with me. Stand up, grip your butts, grip your I was gonna say butt side. Grip the back side of your hips. Okay? Now, try to bend forward. What happens? Where does that motion have to come from? It has to come from where? Your low back. Now think about your clients bending forward. What do they look like? They look a lot like what? This right here, don't they? Because they're tight back here. They're pulling down because of spinal stenosis, because of sitting in posterior pelvic tilt. Your goal is to get them to hip hinge more optimally. We've already started to set that up. What did we first do to set that up? We released the posterior hip. You have to release the posterior hip to allow the pelvis to rotate anteriorly. It doesn't mean they're in anterior pelvic tilt. It just means the pelvis is rotating anteriorly, okay? You may also need to lengthen, or I should say oftentimes, you have to lengthen the hamstrings. You have to get longer hamstrings to allow anterior pelvic rotation. And you also need the cylinder, that thoracopelvic cylinder, to stay aligned. So they're not bending the back, they're bending through the hips. So here's our pattern. We're gonna put the hands against the wall. Actually, let's go back to the front, Janice, if you don't mind. So we're gonna come back here to the front. She's coming, she's got me. Okay, so we're gonna use the wall. We're gonna stand about an arm's length away from the wall. Start out with the same alignment. Long spine, like you're being pulled up from the back side of the head and neck. Rib cage, aligned and stacked. Pelvis in the best position. Hands against the wall. I'll do it from two angles. Then step back. I'm gonna breathe in and then breathe out. And send my hips to rotate my pelvis anteriorly. It's not just going back this direction. It's rotating the pelvis this direction. So it's rotating the pelvis anteriorly. Yes, thank you, Janice. Breathe in to come up. Breathe out to hinge and rotate. Breathe in to come up without over squeezing and going this direction, tucking under. So one more time. Breathe in, breathe out, and hinge. And then come back up to the starting position. I'm going to do it from this end, this side, so you can see it me straight from behind. You move the camera so straight behind me. So we're going to start with long spine. Stack that rib cage to the best of your client's ability over top of the pelvis. Hands on the wall. If your clients have shoulder issues, we'll talk about that in a few moments. Go lower with the hands, or put them on a countertop at home. They can put it on a countertop at home, works really well for clients with limited shoulder range of motion, okay? So here, long spine, feet about hip width apart, breathe in, breathe out, and hinge. Cue them. Butt goes, sit bones go wide that direction. Not back this direction, but wide this direction. So that way you can maintain the cylinder. Breathe in to come back upright. Breathe out to hinge. Breathe in to come back upright. Breathe out to hinge. You should feel stretch here. Feel stretch down this direction through your hamstrings when you're doing it properly. If your clients feel it in their low back, that means they're bending the low back, not hinging enough. Let me do it one more time from the side. I just want to show you guys what happens to your clients a lot is a lot of your clients are just doing this. They're just going here. They're like, oh, it hurts my back, because they're not. They're not going anterior this way. So it's here, then hinge. So the whole cylinder, the whole entire cylinder is hinging forward and tilting over top of the feet. The weight should be on the feet, the entire foot. We're going to talk about that here in a little while as well, not on the heels. Don't push the weight back. Keep the weight over top of the feet. We'll answer that question why when we get to the ankle and foot issue. So, Robert, you're up.
Okay, here I come. I'm switching to my mic. All right, thumbs up if everybody's hearing me. Excellent.
Yep, got you, buddy.
All right, great job, Ev.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I did see a bunch of questions come up, Ev, on the breathing. So if you want to address some of those while I'm going, that's awesome. If not, we can do them during our break.
Yep.
Okay, one thing I want to make sure I cover this with everybody, though I'm not going to use them at this very instant. This is what we use for our anchor systems, okay? Because I get this question a lot. How do you hook all those bands up? How do you anchor them? These are called, and again, I have no financial returns from any of these businesses. I'm just telling you what we have and what we use. Eclipse Fitness. They make these straps. They're actually made for battling ropes to attach to anchors. We've never used them for that, but they're Kevlar. They're super industrial. They're not going to break on you. I love them. And then we use fastening carabiners with the screws. So you're going to see a couple of exercises I'm going to do here in a little bit where if the bands were to come apart, I would have a ton of pressure that would come through. So I'm looking at something that can hold 1,800 pounds over a 60-pound band. Way overkill, but I'm trusting that nothing's ever going to happen to this. So high quality stuff. I encourage you, if that's something that you want to move towards using, these are great little attachers. And that's how I have all of my stuff attached up here. All right. I have a mini band on. I would love it if you would all do this with me if you would like. I am going to teach from the basic components of how to do a bridge, just using some different coaching techniques and some different progressions, little things to think about here and there and why. But our ultimate goal is to get to a foot elevated position with two bands, the mini band around the knee to maximize our abduction component of the glutes. Your glute max, when you grab your butt, that's the big one. And then medius minimus off to the side are the two abductors, abduct out, and they do external rotation that are pretty heavily neglected with the majority of squatting, lunging, all of our other sagittal-based type techniques. So in most of these, you're going to see when I sit to stand, when I do the bridging, our hip series, a lot of this is going to be abduction based. And often we look in like, why don't we do more adductor actions? You get so much adductor component stabilization and activation when you're doing a lot of your sagittal components. Plus the way the head of the femur fits into the acetabulum and the socket in there. That angle really supports that internal stability. So adduction, in my opinion, isn't as big of a component to address as the abductors or the lateral sides are. So we are going to address that often. This is coming from 3 hip replacements and some, obviously my weak point of my body of why we have to address this so much, okay? So if you have the option to do this with us, pop down on the floor. We're eventually going to put our feet up onto something, I would say no higher than 12 inches, okay? All right, so we're going to start with a regular bridge. Move my mic here so I don't drown out. A regular bridge here to start. We are going to have our feet shoulder width apart. Toes are up, big dorsiflexion. I think this is a key component, okay? This does 2 things for you. Anterior tib, dorsiflexion, as you pull up, it keeps you, for the most part, from being toe down quad dominant, which as you bridge, your shirt slowly pulls to your neck and you end up inching further and further across the floor, which really is like I kind of joke and say like you're trying to stand up while you're laying on your back. That is a massive quad dominant action. For us to try to get the bite that we want through the hamstrings, the gastrocnemius, knee flexor, and the glute, when we bridge, I want to dorsiflex at the toe and pull my heels down and towards me, okay? So it's like I'm trying to pull my heels into my tush, right? Abduction at the band is going to hold me at about shoulder width apart. So I've got pressure at the band just above my knee. Never put the band at the joint itself, okay? Too much pressure laterally, even if you're relaxed. So make sure you have tension just above. And now the big key component here for my upper half, I'm gonna pull my shoulder blades and tuck them underneath me, platform, okay? So I want you to envision me as a giant wheelbarrow from my hips to my shoulders, where my shoulder blades are tucked in and my elbows are pulling down tight into the floor. A wheelbarrow has no play. When you lift the handles, the rungs, the bucket, all pivot on the wheel, and then it comes back down in one action. What we don't have is L5, L4, L3, L2, where we roll up and down. Mobility components, flexibility components, when you're working on something like that, that's a different story. But we're talking about adding load to ourselves while we're in this hinging component to be able to build the strength at this hip girdle and lower lumbar. We need that to basically be solid and not move right now from above the hip, to anchor in tight, and to use my shoulder blades that are pulled together, okay, scapular retraction, elbows pulled down into the floor to keep my lats, my long head of the tricep, all that engaged. So when I lever up and I come back down, I'm staying in one piece through my torso, no roll up and down. I'm structurally sound. I'm stiff as a board in that component. Okay, everybody with me there? So that is our good kind of foundational bridging. When we get to a point with a client where we say, okay, they feel good here. Now, this is my favorite bridge to do. We're gonna move up to a 12-inch box. So I'm not at parallel, okay? My feet are just below parallel. I'm gonna pull my toes. In a great way to teach bite. This is one of the hardest things to teach your clients. Dorsiflex and have them try to pull the box and tip it towards them. And when they do that, you'll see them go, whoa, right away they get this little bite in their hammy. It's probably the first time they've initiated true hamstring engagement upon trying to bridge or lift up, okay? So good dorsiflex, we go through all of our same checklist, heels, toes up, knees are on, shoulder blades tuck. I'm on my platform. Now as I bridge up, I've increased my range of motion by 12 inches-ish because of my foot elevation. And I'm gonna keep, now the other negotiable part here, I like to lift my head. It's a solid piece and it's informed with me because I like to train the musculatures of my neck to hold my head here. A lot of people go, oh man, this really bothers me. It's just like any other muscle. They don't train it. The average head weighs 8 pounds. I think mine's probably a little lighter than that. It's not a lot in there. So I want to be able to strength train sternocleidomastoid, all other musculature here in the back to help stabilize my head. So when I pull my shoulders down, I like to teeter-totter with my chin here in one action, which is totally fine. You can also have them leave their head down and bridge from here. And those clients that have neck issues where they can't put their head down, totally okay to put a pillow or a rolled up towel, something like that in there to give them support. But what you want to cue on is they're not bracing and like pulling their head down while they're doing it. They want it to just sit there, okay? So the big key to this is the bite of the hamstring. I'm engaged, I'm pulling down, I'm training my glutes to pull my hips up, my hamstrings to pull my hips up, and my gastroc to engage on the other side of my knee to help me in pulling my hips up. All right, so that is a true levered lift. Now the best part of this, we are gonna grab our super band. I love these orange ones, Perform Better, Rogue, Spry, whoever you use. And to engage the entire body, specifically the posterior chain of the body, we're gonna add what we call a self-anchor. So I just put my hands through here, my fingers are in, my thumbs are free. I'm gonna keep a supinated position while I lay the band right over my belt line on my lap. I'm gonna tuck my shoulders, and I'm gonna try, keyword here is try, to keep the back of my hand pulled to the floor as an anchor. So now, when we talk about posterior chain, from the base of the Achilles all the way up through my occipital protuberance in the back of my head, all the posterior chain is on. The arms are no longer passive because I'm actively retracting and pulling down with this band while I lift up into my high hamstring pulling, glute pulling, high anchored bridge. Talk about range of motion, strength development, hip, glute, abductor, all the actions that I'm trying to train and I'm trying to target, all without vertical compression, right? This is the key component. So I want to train these variables, and then eventually we'd spin around and I would put my shoulders elevated and I would teach them how to hip thrust, right? Once we kind of work through these and we're able to comfortably bridge on the floor, bridge with our feet elevated, bridge with our shoulders elevated, and add bands to all those progressive resistance, as I call that, or accommodating resistance, you hear it called. I've now trained motion, and I've trained from a vulnerable flexed position to a very strong, stabilized, straightened position. And I've built strength to do the action of hip hinging and of supporting that hinge with my lumbar, with my lower back, to where when I now turn somebody vertical, we can practice that same action, the same component, with just body weight or even deloading them, which is another talk of how you can deload. But basically you suspend a band from above them to make them lighter while they squat, to train the action. Then you would go to body weight, and then we would continue on from there and eventually add load, okay? So our next step in this would be to move on. Exercise number 2 is the sit to stand. So I'm gonna bring my chair in here. I'm gonna go at an angle. Let me prop up here real quick. What we're gonna target with the sit to stand, with my band on still, abduction, activation, teaching the proper mechanics to parallel is my goal. So same thing we went through with that movement assessment or observation. I'm kind of heel dominant, pushing through like midfoot, okay? What I don't want to teach is toe gripping. I'm just kind of midfoot, strength-based, working my triangle down, back, and up. And now I've got an additional component of pushing my knees out to get my abductors to fire. And how I like to engage the upper body with this is something I call a kung fu grip, okay? Take a fist, put it inside the other hand, wrap it. So now kung fu, right? And then we're gonna push those together so you can feel your pecs, your biceps, anterior delt, all that is on. And then I'm gonna retract my shoulders to neutral, okay? I'm not gonna over retract, I'm just coming here to neutral. So what I want is just muscular engagement in my upper half, because eventually I'm gonna have that, right? So sit to stand, kung fu grip, pushing my knees to a neutral, if not just a slight, tiny little bit of a Vargas activation to keep this band engaged while I practice my sit to stand. And I get to that point like, okay, that feels pretty good. I feel comfortable with the client. They're ready to start adding some additional load beyond just body weight. A way to work quality strength without working on a deeper range of motion yet. You think of foundations. We want that foundation to be really structurally sound before we start to build on top of it. So I don't want to work too deep a range of motion yet. I'd rather keep it a little shorter, but make that really, really strong, okay? So the way we're going to do that, take a super band of your choice, droop it long, grab it in the middle, and flip it over, and those are your 2 little horseshoes you're going to put your feet through, right? So I'm going to put my left foot, right foot, and again, we cue our clients big time, make sure it's in the middle of their foot, so it's not gonna pop off and hit them, right? And the key is to push right through the center of that foot, okay? Center of their foot, 50-50. I'm anchoring here by holding the band center, shoulders to neutral, knees to neutral, slightly Vargas, just a little external rotation there at the hip, and then I'm gonna work my triangle, band gets tighter, 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 and at the top, I call this a retraction shrug. I like to just pull my shoulders up and back a little bit and then return back to my seated position. Up, retract, return to my seated position. So this is a basic, self-anchored sit to stand. See my little triangle I have here? Tighter band on the way up. When I get to here, up and back, almost like I'm saying, I don't know, right? I got nothing. That's the position we want to retract, shrug up to. From here, to make this a little more challenging, we're gonna do what we call a step in, okay? So take your band open, step your feet in, and then we're gonna go to a prayer position, sit to stand. So see my hands here in center, one palm in, other palm in, prayer position, neutral with my shoulders, tighter, tighter, tighter as I come up, back to seated unload position every time I come down from there. And then if I really wanna challenge this and make it super tough, I can finish with the cross. And this is the one that we call like an anti-rotation sit to stand. And this is our key to this, is to work with the stability and stabilizing components of the hip. And with the lumbar, we want to try to create something that's going to try to pull us into an improper position, but stabilize ourselves from not doing that. Does that make sense? So I'm gonna take my band long, and I'm gonna double it over itself. I just make like a little figure 8, and then I fold it over, and I have my 2 loops now out of it. And I'm gonna take those 2 loops under my left foot, self-anchored deep in the foot so it's not gonna pop off, and I'm gonna hold with my right hand. And now shoulders to neutral, push on my heels. I do everything else the same. As I come up to my stand position, if I were to relax, the band would tip me forward, rotate, and drop me down. So to work with that lumbar stability in a cross-sectional component, right, which is like our suitcase carry, our purse, our backpack, anything else that we're carrying one side to the other, it's the opposite counterweight, opposite side that really helps us stabilize and develop our strength there. So if you're always carrying your backpack on one side, or when you carry the groceries, you put them all in your left hand so you can articulate your right? Your more coordinated side versus your stronger brute side. We're gonna try to seek muscular quality in there by training components like this. So as I do my sit and I do my stand, I'm resisting, I'm anti-rotating, resisting that tension. Now, a fun part of this, if you want to work through here too, come to the top, and like Ev was talking about, the hips will stabilize, get a little rotation just to get a little more tension in there, and then come back to neutral, up, a little rotation. But this is thoracic rotation, not through the hips. I'm just trying to increase some range of motion, but increase the tension of the band, and I'm not going to allow it to pull me the way it wants to go. A bonus piece with this, because that's kind of the top, pretty close to the top there, is a single arm. So I've opened my band up now, and I'm going to put my other hand in, and as I sit to stand here, this is kind of one of those betweeners. If you're not quite ready for that heavy double, you can do a single here. And then we have a pull-off component where you can close your hands, come up, extension, retraction as you come through here, and work through just increasing that load and longer leverage system. All kinds of great options through the sit to stand. From the floor, no vertical pressure, practiced our hinge to sit to stand. Every time you get the opportunity to sit down, you're deloading, re-engaging, activating against the tension coming up, and we get to practice that action singles, like a single effort every time, even though it's a set of 8, 10, or 12, whatever you're doing, right? Okay, now we move into step-ups. And our step-up piece, move that guy up just a little bit. Step-up component here, ideally, you've mastered the idea of a single leg step-up with what I call a kickstand. Your rear leg sticks out behind. We're not doing a knee raise yet, which is the transition of momentum, a transition that throws you off balance. We're still trying to master the idea of moving to a new height and the opportunity to say follow to the next step. We've got to get the base foundation down. So I need to get really good at driving my torso straight up. I think of the box as a giant soda can. I'm going to crush it with my foot, heel dominant, drive, strike as I come into that step position. Once I've decided both sides, we feel pretty good, feel pretty strong with them. We're going to do a step in self-anchor. So band is open, both hands, put it in the center of the foot, shoulders neutral, palms up, engaged. I'm going to come up with some tension and return. Come up with tension, return. Remember, as we come up and down off the floor, it's like the floor is made of like glass or balsa wood. We can't jump and drive off it, and we can't smash back down on there. So until the client can show us that we can do these transitions, we don't progress on to the next one, right? So we've mastered the idea of a step in self-anchor. Now we're going to do anti-rotation with that from the step in. So I'm still open, step in with my left foot, my right hand only, okay? So like so, cross here. As I do my step up, if I were to relax, the band would twist me to the left and down. So I'm anti-rotating with my step up component. This is one of my tweeners, meaning I'm not quite ready for a heavier load or a really challenging position yet. Until now, I'm gonna take this guy, I'm gonna make my figure 8, I'm gonna cross it over, and then I'm gonna put it under my left foot, cross to the right hand, and now I'm ready for a great deal of anti-rotation while I do my step up single leg. Step up components, a great opportunity for us to see strength from one side to the other, coordination from one side to the other. And really, if you think about how well, we could look at this unilaterally, how well they could do a single leg step up, i.e. a single leg squat eventually someday. And this is kind of Mike Boyle-esque. If I can see them do a step up to a just above parallel or eventually parallel height on both sides, I can pretty much guarantee that they can bilaterally squat to that same height. Now, that's not an absolute, but you can pretty much guarantee that. Where if we can bilaterally squat to a height, it doesn't mean that I could unilaterally, each leg independently, do that on its own. Our body is very good at compensating and maybe just overloading and using the stronger side. Even in a bilateral component, as we're squatting or deadlifting, you'll start to see this little dominance to the stronger side as we start to fatigue. So how can we seek muscular equality? Doesn't necessarily mean we'll get there, especially with 80, 90-year-olds. We're getting them late, and so our opportunity to build up to have great successes, that window may be short, but there's always a great opportunity for improved quality of life, which I'll take any opportunity, any age, any ability to help make that a reality for somebody. All right, our last one is our mini band series, and it's going to start with a monster walk, okay? My monster walk is a little different than you might see Eric Cressy's and some of the others in the industry who like to do forward and back. I think any forward action for us is going to be very hip flexor dominant. So we do our monsters in the reverse direction only. And we work on hip displacement as a key component. This is a big fall prevention piece for us as well. We'll teach our clients from a third base coach position to kind of push their hips back, bring their hands up into their athletic position. Now they've learned what it's like to displace their center of mass. They've learned what it's like to box out, okay? And then once they can box out and get in that position and they feel comfortable, they can start to move in that posterior direction, holding tension, hinge position, hold, and they can reach and step like, 3 to 6 inch steps. Key components you're gonna see, they'll lumber side to side, they'll bounce up and down. I kind of joke and say, I want you to be like the typewriter. It progresses, but it doesn't move up and down. So establish your depth, stay there, and try to be as minimal up and down, side to side as you can, and just keep constant abduction tension as you lead with each glute to help you move into that posterior direction. So that's the monster walk. Okay, that's our first one. And think of that as like a lateral stabilizer, not necessarily a lot of range of motion, just a lateral stabilizer, okay? One of the few times I'll have my clients move their bands down because the longer the lever is, the harder the pressure is at the anchor that's pivoting because the lever arm, the fulcrum arm is so long, right? Because we're gonna move into a direction with this that's pretty strong and stable, I feel good moving the band down low, ankle or mid-shin height. But it's really up to you as the art of coaching to be able to assess that client and say, this is too much. They're really using their back to help, or they're overemphasizing something to try to make this occur rather than just doing it really well. So if you see issues there, either go lighter band or have them move the band up. As the band gets higher, 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 the fulcrum arm gets shorter, the range of motion and the amount of tension placed at the hip through that torque production is going to be less, okay? So light band low, they can anchor onto something, dorsiflexion, toe pulling up, and we're doing a rear extension, glute, hamstring, even a little bit of gastroc here. And then once they feel stable and if they can let go, you're gonna feel, yes, the right glute is doing a lot of work to extend the leg. Most clients will do knee flexion to start, so make sure you're teaching the idea of true hip extension here through the single. But the floor leg, the anchor leg, you're gonna find them get really fatigued on. Because think of this, as the leg moves far away and it's creating momentum to come up, if the floor leg is not solid, anchored, and on, it's gonna pull out and they're gonna fall on their face, right? Never seen that happen, but the point is that we're activating musculature to be heavy on that leg as the anchor to allow this action to occur. So they might do 20 and then shift to the other leg, and they're like, man, why is my left leg tired? All I did was stand on it. Well, you had to stabilize while you did all these extensions, right? So we did a lateral stabilizer here. We did rear extension for a good range of motion. Now our flexor, I do like to train the hip flexors, especially for those individuals with weak hips or post hip replacement. Because, and I know Evan could talk more of this, I got about 5 minutes left. When you have a labrum inside either of the ball and socket joints, that labrum is like a suction cup that helps, it keeps synovial fluid and other lubricating components into that joint. But really, like if you're relaxed, that is the suction that like keeps that bone stuck into that joint. Once you've had a replacement, that's no longer there. So the head of this now fake femur that's in there could basically slip out and slide out if you're relaxed. I get this often with my kids. I'll be laying down and they'll try to climb on the bed and they'll grab my leg and pull. And if I'm not engaging my hips and holding, they can literally slip this, not dislocate it unless they yanked on it, but they can slip it out. And that is the technical term, slippage. And it's really uncomfortable and it hurts for days when it happens because all the musculature that's supposed to be engaging has now exceeded a range of motion it's not used to doing. It's not really causing damage, it's just really uncomfortable and painful. So to avoid that, we do want to train all corners of the hip as best we can. Though a lot of us are hip flexor dominant already, I still like to address this, especially post-hip replacement, or for those that are headed towards a hip replacement, kind of get ahead of the game a little bit to get them really strong there. So what I've done is I'm standing on top of the band. It's not around my ankles, it's around the arch of my foot, like the transverse arch of my foot. So I'm standing in that. I'm gonna stabilize on my left again, dorsiflex my right, and pull in a triple flexion, toe up, knee up, and hip up, okay? Flex, flex, flex. I'm gonna return, and I'm gonna pull up, return, and pull up. And with each flexion coming up, that band will get a little tighter, and I kind of simulate it like if I'm a sprinter, right? Doing a sprint drill. So contralateral component each time I come up. There's a balance component to this too. The left leg is the stabilizer. It's also the anchor for the band. And I'm getting to practice, excuse me, I'm getting to practice my hip flexor activation on and off, on and off. Tighten up, relax, tighten up, relax. So I like to address that at least once a week just to help aid with the idea of finding some muscular balance in there and especially rehabilitating, excuse me, rehabilitating the hip as we, approach that hip replacement and you're clear to go back to PT. All right, last one is the hip series. I've got 2 minutes to burn through this. I might go over just a little bit. Okay, band is on. I'm seated just above parallel is ideal. Always this order, okay? Always, always, always. Upright, I lean forward 2 inches, and I'm gonna do a abduction pull apart for a set of 20. When I hit 20, I'll straighten up to neutral, 90 degrees at the hip, and I'll do another 20. And then I'm gonna lean back about 2 inches and do another 20. This is the best example of active insufficiency that I can give you. And the way that you think of this, at the hip, if you guys are signed up for my anatomy course I'm doing in 2 weeks, we're gonna do a lot of this. Think of the hip flexor. When I'm standing, it's tight, right? Elongated. As I sit down, see how that goes on slack? Okay, a little bit on slack. If I hinge forward, it goes a lot on slack. So now the engagement of my hip flexor, while I'm fresh, because it's actively insufficient, it's trying to activate, but it's pushed onto slack, it can't activate all that well, so something else has to do the work, the abductors. So I'm trying to actively place my musculature that I know likes to dominate on slack, so it's insufficient. I can work my abductors fresh out of the gate, and then as I get a little more upright, this guy will tighten up a little bit. And so it's in a little bit more efficient position to help. So now I can do that from my 90-degree position. And then as my abductors are really fatiguing, because they've now done 40 reps, I can lean back, put a little bit more tension, elongate this a little more, and my hip flexor can assist a little bit while I go through my recline position activation. And the reason I like to build this strength in here, these different angles of pull, these are all your musculatures that engage and stabilize the knee, stabilize the hip and the back. When we get up and down, when we're sliding in and out of booths at Chevy's or at Applebee's or wherever people are going, getting in and out of the car, right? As they come in, this is all that articulating, awkward, I call it like manipulation strength. sliding over in the bed to get out of bed, all these different positions that are just not traditional pieces. Sagittal, frontal, transverse, it's all those in-betweeners. And this is a great way to train that joint, specifically at the hip, to get it really strong and all those awkward, weird step out positions to establish really good, solid strength to assist that hip and coming back super strong pre or post hip surgery, preparing to go in. You've preemptively got the hip as strong as you can. So when they go into surgery, rehabilitation afterwards is really successful or has a greater chance of being successful. Or once PT clears them to come back and start to work, ideally working with your PT to make sure everything's on the right page, you're able to start working some of these deeper flex positions and really build some great strength components in there. So I'm gonna go off mic here for just a second. I think that, all right, everybody got me?
Good stuff, buddy.
All right, my man.
You got a bunch of questions, so coming back up here. When a person automatically turns their feet out when they walk, knees abduct when they squat, would holding a ball between their knees be better for them than the band on their thighs? What do you do, Robert? Then I'll address it.
So the feet are externally rotated. They're like duck-footed, right?
Yep.
But their knees are valgusly collapsing?
Correct.
Ooh, that's a very good question. So I think, and Nev, you could probably speak to this better than I can, but I think what's occurring is you have a over hip flexor development that's come up through the high point of the hip that's externally rotating the feet out. And as a counter result, the knees have started to valgus collapse. Would you agree with that, Ev?
I'm going to add a little something to that. We're going to talk about that next in knees, ankle, and feet.
That's the point.
So basically what it is the client is not getting their foot tripod. We'll talk about the foot tripod next. On the ground. And that's why some of your clients have bunions, because if their foot tripod isn't set, the medial arch is not set. So what happens is if you can't get your big toe down and grounded, you start driving your knees in. I'm going to show you exactly why. I'm going to prove this to you when we go through this next section. That's when the tibias start turning out. And it's also a function of that waddling gait. Because when you think about the foot, when you're walking straight forward and your feet should be going like this, when you start, and that's because you're counter rotating, your feet can go like this. When you start side to side waddling, now you're very unstable if your foot's facing forward. So what do? Is you turn that foot out, because now you can catch yourself. And then you just throw yourself over this way. You got to turn your foot out to catch yourself. Now you're a lot more stable. But again, now your center of mass is moving this direction. You got to counteract that mass so your knee starts diving in that direction. So the two most common reasons why your clients have valgus knees isn't always about weak hip abductors. It's about what they're doing. They're losing rotation. This is exactly what you're talking about, Robert, with tightness around the hips. They're losing hip rotation, and they're not getting that foot tripod down on the ground. I'm going to prove that to you in the next section, okay? You got another question about bridging.
Yes, I see that one from Eileen there.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, yeah, so that's a great question. Her question is, I love the bridge, but a lot of my clients can't tolerate it because they get an immediate cramp. Any regressions, accommodations, recommendations for this? So yes, that means number one, they're attempting to do it right because they are getting their hamstring to engage. They're not quad dominating, and the hamstring hasn't done this before. So right from the get-go, it's like, it's cramping on me. It's just a little bit too much. So you could get a glute roller. I'm going to show you that in a second. Basically, it's a little rectangle with wheels on it that'll slide in and out. Or you can get those little green and blue pads. I don't know what they're called, but you put them on the carpet. You see people slide their hands apart, and they do push-ups.
Oh, yeah, bow slide?
Yeah, you get those. Have them put their heels on there and just do hamstring curls. Slide them out, slide them back, slide them out, slide them back. And so you develop what it's like to have the hamstrings on tension and then initiate movement. And so as you train that, like have them put their heels on, you can do this with like a towel on tile as well. Have them lay on their mat, their heels are hanging off onto the tile, and then put a towel there and have them slide out, slide in, slide out. That will train this with not so much load. They're not even supporting their body weight yet, right? It's just their legs that are moving in and out. They can build that strength and eventually hold a little up bridge, like 2 inches, and then slide their heels in and out. And then eventually they'll be able to isometrically kind of hold on the lower half and then initiate the bridge on the way up. But you're definitely teaching them the right cues because you're getting that result. It's just a little too intense for them now. And that's okay. Another thing that could help, and it is kind of jumping up the progression, but teach them to hip thrust, shoulders elevated. heels on the ground, then you can still, you take away that constant retraction where you're pulling your heels in to try to keep yourself from pulling apart. When you elevate the shoulders, it kind of naturally happens already. The butt drops to the ankles. We still get hamstring activation to work through, but it's no longer trying to like contract and hold the whole thing together. And we can still train that action without that cramping component. But the feet elevated, for sure, you're going to get that instantly. Okay.
Well, you have one more about Dr. Irv. How are you, sir? Good to see you. Regarding banded hip extensions, I have a multi-hip machine, a dinosaur of gym equipment. Yep, old school. And implement a diagonal hip abduction followed by a neutral hip abduction. The way you hit the glute max with medius minimus, then you go right into glute medius minimus. This emphasizes glute max's external hip rotation component and sync with the abductors. This can be done with a band loop as well.
Okay, so I think I know the machine he's talking about. This is the one where you hook your knee up over the top and you're kicking it back behind you.
Four-way machine, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that gives you, one of the things that I look at, I don't know if I'm going to answer if there's a question in that, but one of the things that I look at, it's like an athletic component of getting people to go to extension at the hip really becomes a challenge, because unless they can sprint or go up and down stairs like 2 steps at a time, it's really difficult to train true extension at the hip with individuals with back injuries and with bad knees, ankles, etc. So where can we kind of work to that position where we get close, because we still need to be able to do that action and train that action? This machine is kind of that in-betweener. It does give you an opportunity to successfully do that, and you can change different angles. And I know there's some adduction components to it that come in. I'm not anti-machine, but I really like to work through ranges of motion that are naturally occurring for people. So I prefer the bands and allow them to get into positions that are going to be more comfortable for them, rather than trying to adjust them to a machine that may or may not target what I want. So yes, there's good value there. I think you just really got to have everything lined up, pretty efficiently, pretty safely, and adjusting that can be challenging for people sometimes. All right, anything else?
One thing that kept coming up is people were asking me about like breathing through the nose versus the mouth. Mm-hmm. And the thing I answered to most of you, the nose is for breathing, the mouth is for talking and eating. The mouth is not for breathing. The mouth is for breathing when you're under heavy load, like exercising really hard, not for everyday quiet breathing. You should keep your mouth shut. And actually, there's techniques out there that teach you to tape your mouth shut. So you have to force yourself to be nose breathing. The reason why this is so important, I mentioned it briefly before, I'll say it again, it's really about the physiology. When you become a nose breather, you do 3 things, okay? You warm, filter, and moisten the air. When you're a mouth breather, you don't warm, moisten, or filter the air. You're breathing in whatever junk is in the air. You're breathing really dry air, because most of us are in air-conditioned or heated areas. We're not breathing fresh air. We're not breathing moist air. You want to breathe through the nose because it warms, moistens, filters. The other important component to it, and there's research around this, so there's tons of research around this now, it produces nitric oxide. Nitric oxide, breathing through your nose, creates vasodilation. And if you look at a lot of your older clients' face, what does it look like? It's beet red. Why is it beet red? Because they have vasoconstriction. Nitric oxide is produced by nose breathing that allows you to vasodilate. That will return color to their face. That's why nose breathing is so important. Make your clients be nose breathers until they need it for heavy exercise. They should work on it quietly, just sitting, lying down. They should work on it during light exercises or warm-ups when they don't need to breathe hard, and then start to get them, like I really try during all my exercises, even heavy breathing, like when I'm riding my bike outside, I'm trying to become a nose breather. I mean, I sound like a machine. I'm like, but you can train yourself to be a better nose breather, like anything. You can train yourself to do anything pretty much. Train your clients to be better nose breathers. Again, obviously, if they have asthma, conditions like that, it's gonna be harder for them. So go nose, breathe in through the nose, and then out through the mouth. But see if you can work your clients to be purely nose breathers. Cool.
All right, gang, we are officially halfway. So why don't we take like a quick little 3-minute break? Anybody needs to go to the restroom or grab a snack or whatnot, go ahead and do that really quick, 3 minutes, like a true 3 minutes, and then come right back, and Dr. Ev will dive us into the knee, ankle, and the foot. Let's go.
Dude, we're right on time, man. I can't
No,
believe
we're
it.
crushing it, baby. Yeah. No elaborate long stories today.
Nope. Just get to it. I'll do it.
All right. Evonius, are you ready, buddy?
I'm ready, 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 ready.
Let's do it.
Let me just answer a real quick question. Suzanne, you asked a great question. Susanna, I should say. She's in New Jersey. I love New Jersey. It's where I was born and bred. Jersey boy. So she's like, we have to wear masks out here. So what do we do about breathing? And we literally just addressed this question with our certification group, integrated movement specialists. So one of the things that I will tell you is don't do breathing with the mask on. Beyond teaching them the mechanics of breathing, how to breathe three-dimensionally into the rib cage, how to get the rib cage position, their head and neck position well. But don't do a lot of breath training with the mask on, because they're basically re-inhaling their own toxins. So don't do it. What I notice is since I've been wearing a mask during treating my patients, I literally go home every night. I feel nauseous. I feel flu-like. I feel weak. I feel shaky. and then I finally saw a post on Instagram talking about all the signs of like when you re-breathe in your carbon dioxide. So I was like hypercapnia. It's like, holy cow, that's exactly what's happening to me. So don't do breath training with your mask on, just teaching them mechanics. And what we encourage our integrated movement specialists to do is either you can do a separate online course where you actually take them through breathing, or just give them a complimentary course. Just have your group, just say, hey, we're doing this free training to teach you how to breathe. It's just a really easy thing. It doesn't have to be long, 10, 15 minutes. Just teach them mechanics, show them the before and after assessment. Shoulder flexion is a very easy one. Neck rotation is a very easy one. Hip rotation is a very easy one. Do your 3-dimensional breathing, and then show them the difference after 3-dimensional breathing. So thank you for asking that question, Susanna. Okay, here we go, 336. Let's get started with the knee, ankle, and foot. So I'm going to use the foot model just to show you. Where's our foot model? It's right here. We're going to discuss the foot tripod. So this is the right foot here. So the foot tripod is essentially, you want the majority of your weight underneath the big toe, small toe, and heel, equally distributed between those 3 points. It does not mean that the rest of the foot is not on the ground. It just means that the majority of your weight should be on those 3 points. Now, there's many things that make the foot not so great. What's the most common thing that happens in our society that makes the foot not great? Number one is that we walk on flat surfaces. So that's the first thing, is the foot is not designed to walk on flat surfaces. It can, I should say, but it's not designed that way. If it was meant to walk on flat surfaces, it would basically be a block, because a block would sit better on a flat surface. But it has these arches for a specific reason. It has 26 bones in the foot. You have 26 bones in your foot for a specific reason. It's supposed to adapt to the terrain. Remember, for tens of thousands of years, we did not walk on flat surfaces. Our foot had to constantly adapt to mobile surfaces. Now, the second thing we do, which is even worse than flat surfaces, is we try to jam our foot into tiny little shoes. Okay? I remember when I was young, I was a Catholic schoolboy, so we had to wear dress shoes all the time. We did not have a lot of money. So I remember my foot, in hindsight, I can look back and remember my foot always being tight and pinched in my shoe because we didn't have money to buy new shoes every time my foot grew. So my foot, to this day, like I've worked on it really hard in the last year, now that I understand the foot much better, I've been working on getting my foot to spread out and the toes to go longer. If you look at your older clients' feet, what do most of their feet look like? They look very gnarly. They're claw toe, hammer toed, because they've been in shoes that are too tight, and now they've lost control of those deep muscles of their foot. The third thing we do that doesn't work the foot very well is we just don't challenge the foot appropriately. Now think about the injuries that most of us have throughout the course of our life that impact the ankle and foot. Most of us have had a significant ankle injury at some point in our life. Usually an inversion ankle sprain where the foot rolls to the outside. Well, this can make your foot stiff. Well, when your foot is stiff, because most of us just try to walk off an ankle sprain, maybe we go to rehab, but a lot of us have ankle sprains that we never rehabbed appropriately. The stiffer portions of your feet get, then the more hypermobile other portions of your foot get. So a lot of clients that have flat feet, they actually have very stiff portions of their foot. So one way you get around a stiff foot is you start collapsing some portion of your foot that's hypermobile. It doesn't mean they necessarily need an orthotic. Sometimes they do, but it just means that they've hypermobilized some aspect of their foot. Now, the other thing that tends to happen is when we can't get the foot tripod, especially if we're on the outside of our feet because we've had an inversion ankle sprain, what happens is you try to drive your knee in. So I want you guys to pop your shoes off here. Pop your shoes off and do this with me. It's a very super simple and effective assessment. This will lead into our correctives, which will lead into Robert's progressions. Stand with your feet together. Hands by your side. Just kind of feel, close your eyes and just get a sense of your 2 feet on the floor. Where's the weight between your 2 feet? What's really cool about this is the coolest party trick I'm going to share with you today, besides breathing. Second coolest party trick, besides breathing. Feel your feet on the floor. Where's the weight? Does the weight feel equal between both feet? So for me, I've sprained my left ankle as a child really badly, And then I went into these really tight shoes my entire life. So for me, I feel more pressure on the inside of my right foot and the outside of my left foot. So it's very hard for me to get my left foot down, even though I've been working on it. Now, do this with me. Spread your feet out like you're going to do a squat. On one side of your foot, pull your arch up. So go on the outside of your arch, on the outside of your foot on one side. So one foot is on the ground, the other side is up, an arch. Hold that foot rigid and tight. So grip your toes into the ground. Make a rigid foot on that side. Now, squat. Tell me what that knee has to do on that side to make you squat. So one foot is stiff and rigid. What does that knee do instantaneously as you squat? It generally does what? It goes where? In. It may go out, but it probably goes in. One of the reasons why we have valgus knee problem in our society is because when you don't load, can we see your feet, please? Yeah, I'll show you in a moment. When you don't load your big toe properly, and signs that your client is not loading big toe properly, bunion is a perfect sign that your client is not loading your their big toe properly. Your knee has to drive in to get that weight underneath the big toe. When I was in chiropractic school, they gave all of us orthotics. Every single one of us got orthotics. And they said, everybody needs orthotics because it supports your arch. And they tried to prove to us. I never had knee pain in my life until I got orthotics. Now, I have a high arch, rigid foot. Why would an orthotic make my knees hurt? Because when you block the foot, when you put it something underneath your arch and you don't need it, which a lot of people don't need it. Some people do, but a lot of people don't. What will you do to try to get that big toe down? You will drive the knee forward. Let me show you. Let me move the camera down. So here I am. Let me go up just a little bit. If I make my left foot rigid, it's already rigid. I don't even have to make it more rigid. So if I make my left foot rigid, when I squat, I have to get that knee to come in to get that big toe down because my brain does not feel pressure underneath the big toe. Why does the brain want to feel pressure underneath the big toe? It's because that's your point of push off. You have to get that big toe down to push off effectively. If you don't do that, you will drive your knee valgus. And then what does our industry do? Stand up again. You guys, do this with me. Stand up again. You got to feel this. You got to experience it to know why your clients are having knee problems. So make that foot rigid again. So make one foot rigid. Now, push your knees out like our industry teaches us to do. Where does the weight go? It goes more away from the big toe and more on the outside of the foot, which is going to make the knee keep trying to move back this direction. The key to solving knee problems is not to go more out. It's to get the big toe to go down so the knee can line up and drive that big toe down where it belongs. No one is teaching that, or I should say very few people are teaching that. If you get that concept, you will help so many clients with knee problems. Let me show you one more thing about knees. Now, this is another thing that our industry teaches us incorrectly. There's a research study that came out many years ago that said people with knee pain, if you push your hips back, let me lower this down. Actually, Janice, can you hold this for me, please? When you're squatting, people were having knee pain when they're squatting. So what the research studies showed is if you push the hips back, now you don't have knee pain. It decreases stress on the knee. So please do this with me. Squat with me for a moment. So put your feet down on the ground again. Again, please do this because I want you to feel this. If you don't feel this, you won't understand it. Squat. Push your hips back. Where does the weight go on your foot? Where's the weight on your foot right now? When you push your hips back and you keep the knees behind the toes. The weight has to go back on your heels and to the outside. When you squat, when you load your foot must go forward. Your weight must go forward to load that big toe down. If you're squatting and your feet are going out this direction, it's the exact opposite direction the feet should be going. Now, relax that just for a moment. Let's realign our body. Let's realign our feet. So long spine, just angle me down just a little bit, Janice. Long spine, put your hands on your pelvis now. Put your feet on the ground, put your big toes down on the ground. The first motion I want you to do is not to push the hips back this direction. I want you to, the first motion to be anterior rotation of your cylinder. So the first motion, anterior rotate your pelvis. Now stop there. If you notice my knees are coming forward, that's okay if you get anterior rotation. And where's the pressure on your feet now? Now it should be where? Over your entire foot. Not on your heel, not on the outside, but over your entire foot. That's the key to loading the foot properly. That's the key. The key is getting the foot tripod down and getting the hips to anterior, the pelvis to anteriorly rotate. That's why we set this up earlier with the hip hinge. The hip hinge, the TPC alignment with breathing. Then the hip hinge, the next piece of the puzzle is getting the foot tripod. So I'm gonna show Janice now, or Janice is gonna show us how to get the foot released so you get the foot tripod, and then I'll have you guys do this together in a moment here. But first, one of the muscles that we will look at that stops your foot from doing what it needs to do is actually your posterior tibialis. So I'm gonna have Janice jump on her back here. We use a couple tools in our office. The tools we use most frequently is the Rolga by Rolga, the Rolga roller, and we also use the activator by Rolga. So this is the activator. It's got a smooth surface here, and it's also got a sort of a knobby surface here. We love these two tools. Again, we make no money by telling you this. We just love this tool. I love using this. We love using it. Our patients started using it. They're like, where can I get one of these? So we're like, hey, well, why don't we just carry them here versus getting them? But you can go to rolga.com or amazon.com. What we're going to do is we need to release the posterior tibialis. The posterior tibialis comes from the backside of the ankle, of the calf, the tibia and fibula, and the interosseous membrane, the membrane attaching the tibia and fibula together. We're actually doing an upcoming series on Two Anatomy Geeks. We're doing the lower extremity, but I'm sharing some previews with you right here. So we want to release the back of the calf. The posterior tibialis then runs down the medial ankle. Let me see if I can get a medial ankle here. So the posterior tibialis comes from deep underneath the gastroc and soleus. Then you have your posterior tibialis. It runs down the inside of your ankle here. You can actually feel a tendon right inside the medial malleolus here. And then it runs underneath your foot to insert onto almost every bone of your foot. From your metatarsals all the way back. It's inserting to almost every bone of your foot. Its job, if you look at it isolated, what the posterior tibialis does is this motion here. But what it really does in function is when you step on your foot or you load, it stops the collapse from happening. But now let's go back to our inversion ankle sprains. When you inversion ankle sprain, you go this direction. The posterior tibialis gets short and tight. If you have not rehabbed that muscle properly, the muscle stays short and tight. Then you'll keep rolling your knee in because now your foot will not adapt to the ground because the posterior tibialis needs to release to allow the foot to adapt to the ground to get that big toe down. So that's why we're going to release posterior tibialis. It's one of those key muscles that nobody releases or very few people release. But when you release this muscle and underneath the attachments underneath the foot, it's like a miracle. You will feel so different in your foot. So let me show you how we do that. And then I'll have you guys do this foot release with Janice as well. So the best, easiest way we found to release this, there's many different ways. This is the best way we found. Have your client lie with their leg up on a chair or coffee table. Now put the Rolga. So she's gonna put her calf. So her calf is gonna be right on one of these ridges right here. Again, use whatever you have. If you don't have a Rolga right here, you can also use a lacrosse ball. You can use your, whatever trigger point ball you have. But we're gonna use the Rolga and put the calf right over top here, and then put the other leg on top just to put a little downward pressure to get through the gastroc and soleus. So it'll go here, come all the way back, just behind the knee. So not underneath the knee, but just a little bit lower than the back side of the knee. So you're not, because there's a lot of blood vessels and nerves right behind the knee. Don't push on that area. So just below the back of the knee. And now Janice will cross the other leg over, and you're gonna feel the tenderness in that area. So you just hold that for a count of 10, 15, 20 seconds. And she can just very slowly just dorsiflex and plantarflex the ankle, just nice and easy. Don't over-activate it. Don't squeeze it. Just nice and easy, just sort of like active releasing and lengthening. Just 3 or 4 times. And now she'll move down. She'll move the roller down just a couple inches and then repeat. Because remember, it's coming from all the way up behind the knee and coming down the backside underneath gastroc and soleus. So you also need to release a couple different areas. If you find a tender area, just spend a little bit more time there. But when you do this, you're gonna be amazed at how different your lower leg and ankle feel. And if you have knee problems, how different your knee actually feels. The 2 things that save your knees: Aligning your, three things. Align your TPC, anterior pelvic rotation, foot tripod. If you do those three things, you will never have knee pain. Almost never. Almost never. Now, if your clients already have knee pain, that's a different story. It still works. Like we help so many clients with knee pain just by doing those three things. Align TPC and breathe. Anterior pelvic rotation, and then foot tripod. Okay? Now, so you've done 3 different spots. That's usually good. Now we want to get the foot. This is what I want you guys to do with me. So real quickly, I should have you guys do this on a break, but real quickly, go grab a ball. Grab a lacrosse ball, tennis ball, something like that. Get that real quickly. I'll wait for you guys to get that and come back. So everybody got a ball or something like that? So we're going to use our activator. The reason why we like the activator is just because it doesn't roll around. What we don't want the client to do with a ball is the client gets on the ball and they just go like this, and they're really not doing anything. That's just kind of wasting time. Oops, I'll wait just another moment. Just grab my water. Okay, so what we don't want our client to do is just get on the ball and just go like this. They can actually get some relief from that, but they're not being specific enough. So that's why we use like the activator, and here's what we do. Just turn your leg out this way. So start at the heel and inside of the foot. Do it sitting down so your client doesn't lose balance. Okay? So put the Rolga, or the activator, I should say, just in front of the heel. And then push down and hold it. Just hold it for about 15, 20 seconds. A lot of your clients that have quote unquote plantar fasciitis, it's not plantar fasciitis. It's tendinopathy or tendinosis of the abductor hallucis. Abductor hallucis is a big toe muscle. It brings your big toe out that direction. It abducts the big toe. This is a key muscle in helping to improve foot tripod because so few people actually load their big toe appropriately. Now slide the Rolga or activator or ball down to the mid-arch level. Just go slow with this. You don't need to go fast. The slower you go, the better and more effective it's going to be. Hold it again, 15, 20 seconds. And then go just behind the big toe. One area of the foot you never want to roll. There's only one area, and that's directly underneath your big toe. You have 2 little sesamoid bones underneath your big toe. Don't ever roll or push or rub on the sesamoid bones because you will create sesamoiditis or inflammation of those bones, and it's a bear to get rid of. Your clients will hate you for that, so don't do that. But go right behind the big toe because that muscle comes up the arch of the foot and inserts into the base of that first phalanx or big toe. Okay, now we're going to do the outside of the foot too. So, okay, so now we're going to turn, Denise will turn the other way. Start at the heel, come just inside the heel. Foot stays down on the ground, just push down. Don't roll around, just put steady pressure down. You can go a little bit lighter on the outside of the foot because the bones are just smaller there. There's less muscle tissue there as well. Then go mid-arch on the outside of the foot. Just go nice and easy. Don't push down hard on the outside of the foot. And then go right behind and underneath the small toe here and put the heel down. There's no sesamoid bones on the outside of the foot, so no worries about injuring the outside of the foot. So the only area of the foot you never want to roll under or over is underneath the big toe, those sesamoid bones. There's two last areas you want to get. Go mid-arch of your foot. So here, and drop the heel down. Yes. Now from here, you can very gently bring your toes down, lengthen your toes, and very gently lift your toes up. Just very nice and easy, nice and light. The slower you go, the more effective it actually is. Down, and slowly come back up. Good. There's one more area. Get right underneath your toes, so mid-foot right underneath your toes. Heel down. So your foot should now be spreading this way. So this way, wider across the base. And this is the problem with narrow shoes. Narrow shoes close your foot off like this. We need the foot to go wider. Same thing, toes up and then down, toes up, just nice and easy, and then down, and one more time, toes up and then down. Okay, now you've done one foot, stand up, and I want you to feel the difference of your 2 feet. Tell me which foot feels awesome and which foot doesn't feel so awesome. Tell me which foot feels connected to the ground compared to which foot doesn't feel connected to the ground. And obviously, it's a foot that you just worked. This is the coolest party trick ever because now stand on that leg. So feel your balance on that leg that you just worked. I should have had you check this before. Actually, you did check this before. How does that foot feel now? Now compared to the side you did not release. Do that side. How does that foot feel? Much different, right? Big difference between the 2 feet. It didn't take very long because what you did is you changed the appropriate set of input from the bottom of the foot. So now you've got the foot more contacted and in contact with the ground. Now you can start to teach your client how to use it. So I want Janice to stand up. What I want you to focus on is you want big toe contact with the ground, you want heel, you want small toe. So big toe, small toe, heel. I would like your clients to be in bare feet if they can. If they can't be in bare feet, no problem. They have to do it in shoes, but remember, you won't have the proprioceptive feedback in shoes. And if they have a very arch-supported shoe, they won't get weight underneath their big toe because the arch support will stop them from doing it. So now, what I want you to do is very gently lift your toes up and then put them back down. Not the whole foot, just lift the toes up. You're teaching the client how to move their toes independent of the rest of their foot. Because remember, most of your clients or your older clients, they have claw toes. So they have too much tension in those long toe flexors. We want this toe flexors to be long. We want the foot to be more spread out and supported on the foot tripod. Do that 5 times. Now, hold on to your chair. Keep your foot spread out. Raise your heel up and then come back down. Nice and easy. Both sides. Up and come back down. Nice and easy. Not very high. You don't have to bring the heel up. Just do a small toe raise. You can just hold the wall, hold the chair. Keep the weight equal between big toe and small toe. Heel goes straight up between the big toe, small toe. Okay, now, the last component is we want to teach our clients how to squat using the foot tripod. So what I want you to do is spread your feet out. Get into your best squat position. Focus on keeping the big toe, small toe, and heel connected to the ground. Put your hands on your pelvis. I want you to breathe in. And as you breathe out, squat down. Keep the weight equal between big toe, small toe, heel. But make sure you're rotating that pelvis as we did earlier. You have to create that anterior rotation. So I'm going to go up to her pelvis. I'm going to bring it over here to the side. So make sure you're getting anterior pelvic rotation. That's the key to squatting. That's the key to getting pressure off your knees. That's the key to getting the pressure through your foot. Now, if you have knee pain, this is probably not where I'd start. I would start with hip hinging, not squatting. But if you don't have knee pain, this is how you start to teach people how to squat appropriately. Get the weight over their foot, rotate the entire tripod over top. Rotate the entire cylinder over top the hip joints. And you should feel more weight through your entire foot. And that's the key to start doing squatting with load, lunging, deadlifting, stepping, is getting the foot tripod centered on the ground, keeping the spine, the TPC connected, rotating the entire cylinder over top of the hip joints, and then loading that foot the entire time. I can't tell you, again, the 3 things that change people's lives. 1, breathing. 2, foot tripod. 3, anterior pelvic rotation. Those 3 things will change people's lives. Robert, take over.
All right, my man. Let me switch over here to my mic real quick. And we are ready to roll. Great job, Ev.
Thank you, sir.
And I have to say, your model is doing a fantastic job.
She is. She's a rock star.
Like she's done it before.
She makes me look awesome.
All All right, am I on? I'm on. All right, here we go. Plugging in. Me? Thumbs up? Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we are gonna dive into some exercises here. I kind of giggle because 2 of these are super hard and I have a really hard time demoing them because I like to think that I'm an athlete still, but I have a hard time. This first one is called a simulated drag. You guys get to see me wearing my white socks. I do a lot of outdoor work, so I have a farmer's stand. This is called a magic carpet. A company named Spud Incorporated makes this, and this is basically an indoor sled. You can hook plates on here and drag it around your floor and it doesn't tear up your floor. Really smooth, great product. If you don't have something like that, that's what this next exercise is for. Posterior displacement. Working on, I know I'm gonna move far away from the camera here, but you guys get an idea what we're doing. Working on an opportunity to drag something. We have an inertial lean, we call it. When you have to lean your body against. I was a hammer thrower in college, so we spent a lot of time in this position where I continually had to counter and lean against something. And my core got very, very strong because the momentum of the implement I was spinning, I had to counter and lean back against that. So my hamstrings, my glutes, my erectors and my lumbar, my rhomboids, my upper middle trap, all that was very good at this counter lean position. And that really helped keep the backside of my body strong without doing a whole lot of repetition or up and down type components. So one of the pieces, I forgot to pin my camera. One of the pieces that, there we go, that's better. One of the pieces that I really like to implement with my clients, especially if they have knee or ankle issues, is this simulated drag. So I have a super band, a little bit above hip height, attached to another super band. This gives me a great range of motion to work through longer tensions and work away in a range of motion. Now you can do this with just one super band, but once a super band is doubled in length, it's not really supposed to go any further. So you've got about 38, 39 inches there. You could get to 3-4 steps and then you got to come back. So that's why I like to double these up if I can. Older populations too, and we're talking about arthritic issues, the hands and the wrist, angle 90 handles, ergonomic, I absolutely love them. My clients love these. Any handle would be great. Something that they can grip onto as opposed to just holding the band directly is a great component. So I'm gonna engage, again, I know I'm moving far away here, but you guys should get the idea of this. I'm gonna engage my handles, neutral grip. I get a retraction to neutral, so my rhomboids, just my good posture is set up. And now I'm gonna displace into that third base coach position we talked about. Displacing the hips, like I'm sliding my hands down on top of my knees. So I've learned to kind of drop my center of mass down and back. I've countered that by putting my head and my chest forward a little bit, and I'm in my athletic, power position. Now from here, keeping tension, I'm gonna start little 3 to 6 inch steps, going backwards, simulating like I'm dragging a sled. I've got a great deal of tension, and then I'm gonna start these baby steps that are like midfoot heel dominant, coming forward. When I get to lighter tension, I'm gonna go again. So I'm working on an idea, like if I had a sled outside, like I'm dragging that sled, a continued inertia lean. But the beauty of the band is that the tension's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And as I move away here, I get a great deal of pressure resisting against me, and I want to go shooting forward. But because I'm resisting through my rhomboids, my quads are lit, my glutes are lit, my hammies, the antagonist, hip flexors, the antagonist, are all having to stabilize. You can already hear me breathing heavy just from doing 3 of those. They're already firing to kind of keep me in that upright, isometric, almost like a moving wall sit, okay, position, if you will. That's very glute dominant, quad stabilizing on the way out, eccentric quad coming back in, and it's very stealthy. As people are moving through, they're learning to manipulate their body against these loads. When we know that we have 70% of our falls are going to occur in the backwards direction, right? Going back here. If we can teach people what it feels like to counter their weight down and back, they can learn how to catch their body weight, or if they're falling, to counter and anticipate where that rear foot will go because they practice moving backwards all the time. So that's a really good piece for us. Teach people what it's like to move back, to take bigger steps, to work some resistance against that. and then eccentrically decelerated, if you will, coming back. 200 pounds on a sled's always 200 pounds, but having the simulated drag, greater, lighter, really good opportunity to work some of these drills inside the comfort, air conditioning, the safety of the gym, so you're not taking people out, out into the parking lot. Okay, the next one. This is the tough one. And I know when you see it, you're gonna be like, that doesn't look hard. I promise you, this is very difficult. And I'm gonna show you one version. If you have a glute roller, it's much more comfortable and much easier to do. If you don't, I'll show you a version with a foam roller. So what I've done here, this is the glute roller. Okay, Perform Better, Sornex, Brett Contreras, almost everybody, they have one of these guys. Wheelers here, you can use them for abs, all that other stuff. My favorite part of this is basically you're able to train like a glute-based hamstring curl like we talked about earlier with one of our questions. So I'm going to get in position here where I have a pad on top of that. I have an band anchored to the post behind me, and I have it laid out so when I can reach overhead, I can grab it. But I'm gonna have a good amount of tension on it, okay? I have a blue mini band that I'm gonna put around to get my abduction. Remember we talked about getting those guys to fire anytime I want my hamstrings on. So I'm gonna pop that guy on just above the knee. I'm gonna find my glute roller, make sure I'm centered, and then as I come back, get up into my bridge position, butt elevated, chin engaged. Let me move my mic so you guys can hear me. And then I'm gonna reach overhead, find my band into a chin up or a pulled down position, and I'm gonna walk away to find tension, okay? So I'm in my up bridge in the center of my glute roller, hips up nice and high, lifting my toes, digging my heels in, and now you're gonna hear this in my voice. As I come back, the band's assisting me, and now I'm going to hamstring curl myself back to this position against the band. Hamstring curl myself in. You are pulling not only your body weight, but the tension of the band when you pull yourself in. Now I've got a band, it's a 10-pound band that's getting doubled, so it's about 20 pounds of pressure. Maybe I'm a little more than double, so maybe a little bit more just to make my ego feel good. But just pulling, I'm already starting to cramp. Just pulling my body weight. I know when you look at it, like when I watch the video of myself doing this, I'm like, it's so much harder than it appears. So if you get a chance to try this, try it. Super tough, tons of hamstring and gastroc activation there. Really, really fun. Constant abduction activation there. Now, you don't have a glute roller, okay? Everybody's got a foam roller. I'm gonna tell you though, it's not as comfortable. It definitely, it's harder on the comfort level, but mid-shoulder blade, reach back, get my buddy, and I'm gonna start right between thoracic spine, roll myself away, get a little more range here, pull back in. I don't wanna roll any higher than high T's. I don't wanna get anywhere near my cervical spine. So I'm gonna find my happy medium here, mid-lumbar, oh boy. Starting to kick in now, holding that constant abduction in the band and getting my good roll through here. You are getting some therapy of the roller, working through your lats and your erectors, but basically it's just giving me a position to stabilize while I work through here. What was that, 4 and 4? And I'm lit up, okay? Great, great hamstring, great gastroc. And the question becomes, why do this? Why not just do like physio ball hamstring curls, something along those lines? Think of like origin to insertions. The reason the reverse hyper was developed is when we stand and do RDLs, from origin, ischial tuberosity, to insertion, 3 aspects of the backside of the knee, my hip and my pelvis always turns, and the ischial tuberosity, the origin, is the part that moves back and sticks up. My knees, the insertion always stays. So how do I reverse that? I lay forward on something and I bring both my legs up. Now the ischial tuberosity stays, the insertion moves. So think of the hamstrings as a rubber band pulling from one end like a bow and arrow. Well, now we're gonna stop it and pull it the other way, right? Same idea here. If I'm on my back, moving my feet away and pulling my feet in on a hamstring curl versus my feet stay and I move myself away and pull back, same action, but different anchor points of initiation and the eccentric, concentric movement that comes through. It's just a different movement pattern, a different activation of how you're going to manipulate your way through, But the beauty of this is there's no vertical pressure, or the only vertical pressure you have is as thick as your belly, right? So for me, a little more than most. So good options there. Your reverse drag, no vertical pressure, building up, more progressive, less isometric, not a ton of movement. We're getting some good activation. Then we head to the floor, huge hamstring activation, big hamstring focus. Now we're gonna work towards some horizontal displacement, some stagger stance variations, and we're gonna add load. So my band here, little bit hip height, maybe a tiny bit higher. I like to have the band up a little so it kind of pulls me up and almost into like a traction position a little bit. And anytime I have clients getting in and out of a band, unless it's completely on the floor, I never have them step into it. This is really tricky for people getting in and out if they don't have something to hang on to, or if I'm worried about them, especially with shoes on, catching onto the rubber and tumbling, right? So anytime we do this, up over the top, right over their hips, and then we're gonna come forward. I'm gonna come right at you. One of the things I like most about this is the staggered component, okay? Staggered stance meaning front foot to rear foot. I'm gonna stagger maybe half my foot up, and then into my regular squat stance, I will squat and return, squat and return. So I'm not in a full stagger, heel to toe, and I'm a little bit more than half, okay? This is a comfortable position, almost like football where they're getting into a three-point position. It's a slight stagger to give you a wider base, but a little bit different manipulation of your body mass where it's not always just squared up, right? We wanna work some of these slightly staggered positions because it's gonna overload a little bit the rear leg, and it's gonna split the variation, split the base in which we're gonna have to balance ourselves. So I'm just showing you on the line there so you can see my foot displacement. I'm directly behind my post. The band, as I move away, is going to increase in tension. And I want enough tension on here where I don't have to counter lean. I'm not just leaning against it. I can stand up straight and resistant, but it's not so much that it pulls me over as soon as I stand up straight. So good tension, but not so much that I can't overcome it myself. And then we're gonna add a load here to hold in the center. If you guys haven't seen these are called fat bells. They are fantastic. They're like a hex bar for the hand. There's load all the way around rather than just on each end. And you can attach bands. You can do all kinds of great stuff with them. So fat bell here in the center. This is called a globe grip, goblet squat position, same thing. Holding in center, shoulders are back. The band is pulling me. And then I'm gonna stagger my left foot forward, 4, 5, 6 inches, somewhere in there where I'm comfortable. And then do a staggered squat with a band displacement. So every time I come down, the band is pulling me into a displacement. I'm overloading my right leg in the back so I don't get yanked over. The band gets a little lighter as I get into a deeper flexion position. As I stand, and bring my hips forward, I'm recruiting more tension, almost like a standing glute bridge. So my glutes are firing. They're not tucking where I'm like pelvic thrusting at the top. I just stand up straight so my glutes are on. And now I've got some assisted displacement, teaching my hips to place out, allowing me to really work my glutes, then to assist with my quads as I come through, rather than just knee-happy squats where my torso is vertical. So it's pulling you into a good displacement. Then we add an extra load, 10 pounds, whatever it's gonna be. Rear leg dominant, return. Rear leg dominant, return. I'll do 8, whatever your number is. Switch your feet, do another set of 8. Working on knee components. I like them to be out just a tiny bit, 5 to 15 degrees, somewhere in there, wherever people are comfortable, right? Ideally, just not straight. I want to be able to work that foot position to give them some comfort in there while they're squatting. John Russin does a great explanation of foot positioning for deadlifts. And he looked at like 6 different people, their hips, after they had passed away, their bodies were donated, cadavers to look at. And some of them had really long femoral necks from the greater trochanter to the head of the femur going in. Others had really big femoral heads. Others had greater bases. Like every hip was different. And the differences that really came up were from the right hip to the left hip of the same person. So it's not always both feet straight, turn out 15 degrees. That's where everybody needs to be. It could be, well, I'm better at 30 degrees. That's where my hip base is. I'm almost like a sumo squat position, more comfortable. But what we really find is that the left foot might like 20 and the right foot might like 30. And that might be like the most natural and strongest position to be in. How do we know that? He's got a whole series where you lay down on your back and you pull your knees to your chest like happy baby, and they measure and all that. My point being is I wouldn't want to teach people to have one foot in awkward. We're not in a position where we're trying to maximize power output or strength production in like a test. But what I am looking to do is find the squat position that's most comfortable for them. So I'll try them at 15 degrees, at 30 degrees, maybe opening a little wider or maybe coming in a little more narrow. I want to find a squat position where we can call that their normal or their regular squat position, and then train that to a stagger, to a sumo, to a narrow, to a natural, and work on each of those pieces until you find the one where you're like, okay, this is where I'm pretty good at. Then I could work on adding some of my extra loads there, okay? All right, last one. Some little isometrics with some additions here. I'm gonna move you back over to this side. All right, this guy takes a little balance coordination. It's a fun one. We are gonna go over to the post, get my stuff plugged in. Head over to the post here. And I call these little leaning isometric components, but there is some movement at the base of what you're gonna work with. So my band is anchored. I'm going knee height, and I'm gonna put my outside foot in first. So I'm going to AB duct while in my side lean. Now, two ways you can do this. I can sit into a staggered lateral squat or a little side lean, and once I feel stable, I'm gonna do abductions here. Notice I was even. You have to shift your weight over because you're prepping to move onto one foot, and then once balanced, I can abduct here against my band. Big stabilizer for the knee to anchor. Action here, abduction based, balance coordination, some reaction components to keeping you balanced while doing. Clients can't do this exactly, have them hang on. Step out a little further, let them lean in here, and they can still work the strength of this, right? While still having the stability here. So we might have that action, or I might have them come in closer, just barely hang on, push it out, let go, eccentrically come in. Hold on, push it out, let go, eccentrically come in. So they're working on becoming more stable, and eventually they can do the abduction action themselves. So let's say 10 or 15 reps on this side. Great work around the hip, still stabilizing down. I feel like, and I know Evan and I have had these talks a lot, the hip, the back, and the knee, almost all the exercises you're gonna work to try to overcome and build those, they're almost all the same. If you have a back injury, if you have a hip injury or a knee injury, we're gonna use a lot of these same pieces, meaning to help get them better. These guys work so well together and are so vital to all these actions, they're all going to benefit. But when we're shifting into these counter leans and we're trying to manipulate a load away, the stability of the anchor leg is really my big target, because I've already done my hip work ideally with the other stuff that I've done. But this is gonna be such a stabilizing component for that anchor leg. That's really the big piece that I'm trying to target. Now I've worked my abduction. We are gonna do a little adduction work. And again, stepping away, shifting my body weight over, finding my balance, pulling in and returning, pulling in and returning, and trying to keep this knee as stable as I can, centering my weight and my mass over, and working a range of motion here that allows me, notice I'm fixed on something here, so it's allowing me to work on my balance and my coordination here. And then if I lose balance, I can just put my toe down for a second until I regain it, or same thing, anchor on here, have them work their range of motion, or they can pull in, get a little closer, pull in, let go, eccentrically come out, pull in, let go, eccentrically come out, okay? Abduction, adduction, I would then flip around, face the other way, get the other side. Big key components to this: hamstring, gastroc, soleus, posterior side of the knee is where I think we're gonna see a lot of our focus for the majority of the knee injuries. Because in most cases, you're looking at quad dominance at that knee that's developed, typically more medial quad dominance, and it's just pull the knee out of alignment. It's overdeveloped musculatures there that lead to all these other movement patterns that have been affected, and the knee starts to break down under that. So where can I start to equal, as we continue to use that term, seeking muscular equality, how can I find a way to try to equal this out? Posterior chain is a huge focus. Hamstrings down to the gastroc soleus, that backside, stabilizing components around the knee. I think we do so much sagittal plane stuff through the day from walking, squatting, stepping, that a lot of these flexing components and lateral stabilizers are exactly what we're gonna need at those joints. All right, I'm off mic.
Also, buddy.
All right, questions? Dr. Osar?
Actually, Martha has a question. How can I get one of those, I think, rollers, the 4-wheel roller? Where do you get one of those?
Yeah, Perform Better has the one that I have right here. And I want to say it was like $59, something like that. It comes assembled, great product. We do all kinds of stuff to it. I'll do the hamstring curls and attach a band to it. So when you roll it in, it gets harder, right? There's all kinds of good pieces you can do. I'm not big on ab roll away, like in a push-up position. It's just not my favorite. It jacks with my back, and I feel like the majority of my clients struggle with that too. So we use it more for the lower half. I know Sornex has one. Rogue makes one too. A lot of people have them out there, but I'm from, you know, best bang for your buck, I think Perform Better's product is pretty good.
I'm going to answer a question. Dr. Irv, my good friend, our good friend, asked a great question. So what about when you squat, keeping the knees, translating the knees back, decreases pressure on the knees? So the study I was referring to, there's actually a couple studies out there, one by NSCA and there's one earlier, talks about the stress on the knees. When you translate the knees back, yes, you do decrease stress on the knees, which can be very appropriate for clients with osteoarthritis in their knees, okay? So absolutely appropriate. But the thing is, you got to keep reading that study though. If you keep reading that study, what it says is you decrease the stress on the knees. So if you decrease the stress on the knees, you got to put it somewhere else. You increase the stress on your low back. Now, ask yourself this question. Your clients that are coming with knee problems, they also probably have what? Low back problems. So you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. That may be appropriate for some clients, that their knees are so bad that you need to squat them with their knees back. The hip hinge is probably a better pattern for those clients. Squatting is probably not a great pattern for those clients, even though you can work with squatting just, you know, with a ball behind their back on the wall, or a supported squat works really well for them. But I want to show you, because somebody else asked, well, doesn't your chest lean forward when you squat with your knees over the way you're demonstrating? Yeah. Yes, because that's what should happen. Your knees should go towards your toes. If you look at baby squat, if you look at the best lifters, who are the best lifters? The most pure, the most optimal lifters. It's not your power lifters. It's not your bodybuilders. I'm not saying anything bad about those guys. Those guys are strong. They're powerful. They're awesome to watch. Okay. It's your Olympic lifters. If you watch their knees, where are their knees? All of them, every single one are over their toes. And here's what I mean by that. I'm going to use a stick on my back. So Janice will get the camera set up. So Janice, just make sure the camera, I can't see because my reader's on. So I want my TPC aligned. So the first motion during a squat pattern is not pushing your hips back. It's anterior pelvic rotation. So when you squat, you stay anteriorly rotated. So I keep my lumbar lordosis, I keep my cervical lordosis, I keep my spine, my thoracic spine on the stick. If you notice, my knees go forward because I'm creating anterior rotation. So the first motion again is anterior rotation of the entire cylinder. The knees come forward. There's no pain in the knees because I'm anteriorly rotating and loading that posterior hip complex. If you do have knee pain, then yes, you need to translate the knees back, but still rotate anteriorly. So you'll have to lean forward because the knees are coming back. But you want to keep the weight over the foot, not on the heels. You do not want the toes coming up. That's why your client's toes are coming up, because they're leaning back so much. But remember what happens when you lean back, you decrease stress on the knees, but you lift the pressure off your toes and off your foot. The foot must be loaded when you're squatting down, when you're lunging down, when you step. You have to teach the foot how to get down and stay supported. So yes, if your client has knee osteoarthritis that's painful or easily provoked by knee flexion, then just do hip hinges. Do a lot of those like what you did, Robert, was beautiful with the leg curls. Don't do squatting. Squatting is not a great exercise for clients that have knee osteoarthritis. Work the hip hinge, work anterior rotation, work the knee flexion sort of patterns that Robert, the bridging patterns are beautiful. Get them doing those patterns, get them away from squatting. It's not a great pattern for clients with knee osteoarthritis.
I agree. Thank you, Ev. A great way I like to teach, especially with our interns, is we talk about the hinge pattern on like an axis, okay? If this is my chest and my hip action, as my hips move back one grid, my chest has to counter by coming forward one grid, or else I'm not going to maintain my center. It moves back again, the chest has to move back again. So either way, no matter where I hinge, from vertical to a little more to a little more, we're always going to be in this straight foot head pattern, right? I'm no longer vertical, but I continue to stay straight. That ideally, working through that axis, okay, is where you're always going to find that like sound structured torsoed lumbar position where the hip does the action through. A lot of times you just need that visual. Our clients really need to understand, like, oh, you don't want me to be vertical anymore. No, but I want you straight, right? I want you to stay on this axis and work that axis. But yeah, if you move your back, your butt back a grid, we've got to move the chest forward a grid or you're going to fall over, you know? So yeah, mid-foot, mid-center, right through that to keep the stability, to allow that action to hip and hinge above. And any cue that you're going to use, or the addition with the band to kind of pull them back into that spot, and really teaches that good mechanic in there. So I don't even use the term, for us, we don't really use the term squatting. We call it hinging, straight leg, and then hinging with a bent knee, because we really want to emphasize the idea of like getting your butt out of the way, like getting back to allow yourself to lower down. But that knee component, you know, I'm not a huge fan of some of the lifters you see, their knees are 6 inches in front, you know, of the toe. There's always a safety range in there, but the people are just like, if it gets anywhere near the toe, you're going to blow out your ACL. I don't agree with that. I don't think, you know, and Evan, I know, I see you shaking your head. I mean, I think you have to have some mobility and range of motion natural at this knee that's going to allow for that. You go to get up and down off the floor, your knee is going to be 3-4 inches past your toe. So is it just going to blow out every time you do that? Like, we're not right? I don't think so. I think that's a natural action that we do. Yeah, I saw one more question come up here. A question above regarding the spud and the fat bell. I'm assuming you're asking where to get those from. Looking through here real quick. Ev, if you have another question lined up.
Actually, comment from Peter. Peter, this is brilliant. Thank you for sharing this. As an ex-Olympic lifter, after 20 years, I've never had an issue with knees after performing many snatches, cleans, hang cleans, split snatches. What do Olympic lifters do better than anyone else? If you look at all pictures of great, not the people doing CrossFit, no offense to CrossFit. There's some great CrossFitters doing Olympic lifts, but remember, Olympic lifts are 1 to 2 reps, not 50 reps, not 20 reps. It's 1 to 2 lifts. Pure Olympic lifters are brilliant at stacking their thoracopelvic cylinder. They're brilliant at getting their foot tripod. They're brilliant at getting anterior rotation of the pelvis. Even in the deep catch position of the snatch, they are still relatively anterior pelvic rotated, because posterior pelvic rotation is a vulnerable position. You are not strong there. You never see an athlete, I shouldn't say you never. Sometimes you see athletes. This is not a powerful position. This is not the athletic position. What's the athletic position? The athletic position is here, anterior rotated. So you load up the posterior hip complex, and now you can explode, you know, either direction. You can explode laterally, you can step back, you can go forward, but you're not strong, you're not fast, you're not powerful in posterior pelvic tilt and too much posterior translation. So again, take it from babies, take it from Olympic lifters. We want to train, and that's why I said the 3 things that can change people's lives: breathing, anterior pelvic rotation, and foot tripod.
And Peter just put on there, alignment. If the alignment's not there, the bar will take you. That means you're going for a ride, right? Yeah, so that's absolutely correct. And you were saying, you know, you'll never see an athlete in that position. You will. They're losing, though. They're losing that position, right? They are out of position. They're going to end up on their back or behind the line somehow. They're losing. Yeah, so the question was for the Thompson Fat Bells and for the Spud. So Spud Incorporated is the company. They're in South Carolina, I want to say, something like that. They make all kinds of great stuff. When you go to their website, it's like a big powerlifting community. They make tons of stuff, and it's all like dragons and fire, and you're going to see all this crazy shit on there. They're really great guys, and they make very good, durable equipment. That's what I like. I like stuff that I'm just going to have to buy at once, and I will pay more for something that I only have to buy once. So the Spun incorporated the Magic Carpet. They also make really great pulleys, like pulley rows that you can add weight and bands to. I do a whole series on that. So great company for that, relatively, well priced. And then Rogue makes the Thompson Fat Bell, the one that goes all the way around your hand. And then Sornex makes it as well, and they call it something different. It's pretty much the same product, but I love it in terms of, and we're going to talk about it more here when we get into the wrist and the hand, that center mass around the hand. I think a lot of our wrist issues come from especially if you do a lot of weight training, utilizing dumbbells where the weight's on either end, but all of our articulation is forward and backwards. So why would we train stability on the sides when everything we do is forward and back? I think that leads to a lot of our issues. So those kinds of things, for me, that's the future for us, to really work with some development of the wrist and the hand. So we'll talk about that here in just a few minutes. Ev, you ready to roll, bud?
Ready to roll, dude. We're on time. I can't believe we're rolling into the last hour. We're still on time. Let's bring it home. Let's bring it home.
Buddy.
Thank you guys for hanging tough. Here we go. Hour 4.
I'm having a great time.
Dude, this is great. You and I could go all night long. But I do have the keynote tomorrow morning, so I have to get prepared for that. The shoulder. Very few people. I would say almost no one. I'll leave it at that. No one teaches the shoulder better than we do. And part of the reason why is there's 3 things that can make you an expert in any subject. Number 1, you read everything that's out there on the shoulder or whatever topic, and you extrapolate the information. I know all the research that's out there on the shoulder. Number 2, you've worked with thousands of people that have had shoulder issues and helped most of them. I've done that over 22 years of being in practice. And I've failed. I've learned more from the people I failed with, including myself, than I learned from the people I succeeded with. Remember, you learn from your failures, you get validation from your successes. Okay, you don't learn from your successes. Because you thought something was going to work, you did it and it worked, so you're like, I didn't learn anything. Okay, but you learn from people you fail with. 3, you have personal experience. When I was 16 years of age, I was the same height as I am now. I'm 5'10". I was 5'10" at 16. At 16 years of age, I still had this big old head. I weighed 120 pounds. I weigh about 180 right now. So 60 pounds lighter than I am now. People used to make fun of me that they call me football head, watermelon head. I played football. I love football. Football's my favorite sport. It's the only sport I follow. I played wide receiver. That's why I'm a Seahawks fan, because Steve Largent was my favorite wide receiver. And I had a big old helmet, and my helmet was too big because I was the last guy on the practice field and in the equipment room, and I got this big old helmet, so I'd run, and the thing I looked like a bobblehead because the thing was so big and I was so scrawny. Well, anyway, so the goal was to get bigger. So for my 16th birthday, I got my first book that changed my life. I'm here right now because this book changed my life, for the better and for the worse. I got Arnold Schwarzenegger's Encyclopedia of Modern Bodybuilding. I'm sure some of you remember that book. Some of you probably have that book on your shelves. I love that book. It changed my life, because when my parents made me quit football, I was devastated. They made me get a job. I'm like, what am I going to do now without football? I was truly devastated. I turned to weightlifting, and that was sort of my savior back then as an awkward teenager. But I devoured everything I could possibly devour about weight training, and Arnold being my guide. So I learned how to do 25 sets for chest, 5 sets upper, 5 sets lower, 5 sets middle, 5 sets flies, 5 sets of dips, 25 sets. I got bigger and stronger. I got real big, real strong. My goal is to bench 315. I got up to the point where I could bench 330, which was a lot of weight for a guy who's got like monkey long arms. Look at the size of my arms compared to my chest. That's a pretty good bench for a guy that's got a very narrow chest and very long arms. However, I grew up on a farm. I never had shoulder problems. Literally never had an injury in my life besides an ankle sprain as a kid. Never had an injury until I started lifting weights. I remember the first time I felt shoulder pain doing incline press with maybe 225. I was like, oh, what's that pain? Go to the doctor. So what does the doctor diagnose me with? Oh, you have bursitis. They either diagnose you with tendonitis or bursitis. He's like, take off weightlifting, and here's some anti-inflammatories. I'm like, I don't like that. So I'm 21 years of age or whatever it was, maybe 19 at the time. So when you're 19, you work through stuff, and sooner or later the pain goes away. And so the pain came back, and then it was worse. But again, I was 21 at the time. I can work through that. Then I got to chiropractic school. Now my shoulders started to get worse. As I got stronger, my shoulders got worse. I got bigger and stronger, but my shoulders got worse. And to the point where I told you I couldn't even lift 10 pounds over my head. It was all shaky, wobbly. Now I know what rotator cuff tears are. I know what labral tears are and feel like. So it took me a long time to figure out how to rehab my shoulders and why pulling your shoulder blades down and back will ruin your client's shoulders. They will ruin your client's shoulders. Because do this with me. I will prove it. One thing we say in our certification classes, I will prove to you every single thing I say. And I also want every single other person that teaches you to prove what they say, because a lot of people are just repeating information. So do this with me. Bring your chest up, squeeze your shoulder blades down and back. Now go into shoulder flexion and tell me how awesome that feels. How awesome does that feel? Feels awful, right? Why does it feel awful? Because what should happen to your shoulders when you go into overhead motion is your shoulder blades should wrap around your rib cage. So what happened when I went to physical therapy? It started from day one of physical therapy. What did they all teach me how to do? Squeeze down and back. Retract your shoulders, depress your shoulders, and get really big and strong at it. So I got real strong at rowing and retracting and depressing. I could do the entire lat pull down stack. I could do pull-ups with weights tied around my waist. I could retract with the best of them. I did tons of external rotation work. And guess what happened to my shoulders? They didn't get better. They got worse and worse and worse. Now I do the exact opposite. It's not that I protract my shoulders, I just don't retract and depress. I'm working with a client online. She had shoulder surgery on both shoulders. She's been in 2 years of physical therapy, has not gotten better at all. In 5 sessions, 5 weeks, one weekly session for 5 weeks, she's already better in 5 weeks than 2 years of PT, going to PT. There's no way I should be able to be online with somebody and do a better job than somebody being there with someone hands-on, unless I know different information. And what we stopped her from doing, she's 4'11". So think about a 4'11" client. How likely is it that a 4'11" client is kyphotic like this? You think about her entire life, everything is up here. So she's had to extend. She's already overextended. And what did they have her working on? More thoracic extension, more retraction and depression. What we stopped her from doing is extending her thorax and bringing her shoulder blades down and back. That's the biggest thing. It's not the only thing. It's the biggest change. Sometimes the biggest change, if you're taking notes, write this down. Sometimes the most important thing you do for your clients is stop them from doing the things that are causing them problems. Sometimes the biggest change you can make for your clients is to stop them from doing the things that are actually causing their problems. It's not what you do with them, it's stopping them from doing the things that cause problems. Retraction and depression will ruin many of your clients' shoulders because it's the exact opposite of what should happen during anything you do out here or overhead. It's all the shoulder blades should come around, and you can't do that when you're retracting and depressing. Okay, so I'm going to show you exactly what I did to help my shoulders. This is the exact same thing my wife did to stop 20 years of chronic migraines, because she too was a gymnast. She was taught gymnastics, and what did her mother taught her posture when she was a young girl. She was a little chubby. Janice, come on over here. Oh, she's a little shy right now. Her mother, from the young age, she was a little chubby child. Her mother said, pull your abs in, squeeze shoulder blades down and back, lift your chest up. So from age 5 to the age of 25, when I met her, that's what she did. At one point, her parents had to take her to the hospital because she was blue, because she wasn't breathing, because she locked her body down so much. 18 months of working on the alignment, the breathing, no more migraines, no more medication, no medications in over 10 years, probably longer than that, right? 15 years, more like 15 years, no medication, no migraines. This stuff is powerful. Very powerful. So we're gonna bring Janice out. We're gonna do a real quick assessment. We're gonna do our correctives. And I want you guys to try this. You have to try this, because once you do it, you'll be like, oh my God, this is life-changing. In addition to the foot tripod and the breathing and the anterior pelvic rotation. Okay, here we go. Okay, so first, let me have you go down, head down this end if you don't mind. Which is your tighter shoulder? Left? Left, okay. So she's gonna do our left side, that's her tighter shoulder. So here's a real quick self-assessment. We already did it standing up, but we'll do it lying down. So again, arm straight, elbow straight, wrist straight, finger straight, arm goes straight up overhead. Come back down, and if you look at Janice, it looks like she has good range of motion. Do it again. But what you'll also see is that she actually gets a little arching right there in her mid-back. So if you see the ribs pop up and arching in the mid-back, that generally indicates lat tightness. So she's using, if I've actually put her rib cage back down where it belongs, her shoulder is actually right there. That's where her true shoulder range of motion goes. And now get your arm overhead. She has to lift her rib cage up to get that arm overhead. Do that one more time. Let's bring the rib cage back where it belongs. That's where her true shoulder range of motion is, right there. And then she compensates, go back. That's her full range of motion because she's overarching there in her low back. So our corrective exercise strategy is do your assessment and then do your release. So we're going to use the roll gun. This is really what sold me on the roll gun. This one release. This was a life changer for me. So I'm going to have you face that way, yeah. So you're going to put the roll gun in between your upper arm and the shoulder blade. Upper arm and shoulder blade. Not on your rib cage. Don't ever roll directly on your rib cage, okay? So if you're doing this, Jim, if you're doing this, check your shoulder range of motion real quick first. Just check it. Find the tighter side. If you're doing this with us, check the tighter side. I always do my left side as well. My left side's tighter. Release your tighter side, okay? Cool. Now she's gonna release her left side. She's gonna put her arm in between that groove. So in the groove right here, okay? Go ahead, Janice. Between the shoulder blade and the arm. She's going to stack her legs. She'll keep her hand on her head just to support her head. I'm going to bring you guys a little closer. So that way she has her thoracopubic cylinder aligned. She's over top the roll gun. The roll gun is in between the shoulder blade and the upper arm. I'm going to swing her around here. I'm going to turn her around in a moment just so you can see what it looks like from another angle. So I'm going to put this up here. So from here, I'm going to have Janice very gently push her elbow down into the table for a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then just lift her elbow up just a couple inches. Don't go high, just a couple inches. You don't need to get way up off the table or the floor, just a couple inches. And hold that for a count of 10. And now she's also breathing into her cylinder. So we don't forget about breathing, because breathing is also a big part of releasing the shoulder. Because you need to breathe into your rib cage around your shoulder blades to get your shoulder blades to sit in the right position. Janice will talk more about this tomorrow, or I should say Saturday, during her breathing session. So be sure to check that out because you have the recordings. And now again, she'll push down on the table for a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift up a couple inches. The reason we do a contract relax is because the contract relax allows you to take advantage of the relaxation that happens right directly after a contraction. So you contract lightly for 5 seconds and then you release. And now the nervous system is like, oh, I'm going to let that go. Because a lot of clients are gripping down, pulling down, just like I was taught to do. They're using their lats for extra stability of their torso. The lats are a great torso stabilizer. Okay, let's do one more time. Push down for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift up just a couple inches. Hold that. Stay there, Janice. I'm going to swing it around just a little bit just to show you a different angle. So just around there, you can see, again, the elbow is just out in front of the body. It's not up this direction. It's not going up this direction. It's out in front of the body. And then slowly relax. Can you flip around so we can just see it from the other angle so they can just see it from the front as well? So we'll do the left side again, just so you see it from a different angle. So that's what it looks like from the front. The elbow should be out in front of the body, not up this way. This will cause pain or impingement in the shoulder. Keep the elbow slightly out in front of the body. Okay? So push down for a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then lift up a couple inches. Again, not very high. A lot of clients will get pain in their shoulder if you go too high. All you have to do is get it off the table just a little tiny bit. The pressure of your body on the roll gut will do the myofascial release. The arm just helps to facilitate the myofascial release. Okay, Jim, do me a favor. I see you there. Stand up, recheck your range of motion on that side. That was more restricted. Give me a thumbs up if that side now feels looser than the other side. Do the other side now. He's like, I don't even have to check the other side. That side feels dramatically different. Okay, but that's not it. You did the release. Now you have to activate the muscles around the shoulder complex. So what muscles are we talking about? It's not really that important, but if you're an anatomy geek like we are, we actually did a shoulder series. You're activating the upward rotators. So the upper trap, the lower trap, serratus. These are the muscles that pull your shoulder blade into this position right here. So I'm gonna have Janice come up to her back again. She's gonna grab a light resistance band or a yoga strap. The key here is light. So this is a super light resistance band. She's gonna grab it like this. So jump in here real quick. Very light, about shoulder width apart, and then turn the palms this way so that the thumbs are facing towards the shoulders. It's about shoulder width apart. Because ultimately, what we want our clients to do is to go wide this direction, not go this direction, down and back. So look at the narrowness of my shoulders. We want them to go wide this direction. This position is what we came up with. We came up with this exercise because we needed to help our clients get that idea of being wider across the collarbones. But again, use a very light resistance, because if your client goes too hard, too heavy, they're gonna jam themselves back. So just go light across the collarbones this direction. The lighter, the better. That's why we oftentimes will just have them use a towel or a yoga strap or the lightest resistance band you have, okay? So Janice is set up like this. I'll also show it from the other view, but from here, she's gonna lift up, or she's gonna breathe in first. Breathe in, and then breathe out. Bring the arms back so the band is over top her forehead, but not any further than that. Okay, I'm gonna bring you in closer here. So her TPC is aligned. She breathes in as the arms come this way, and she breathes out as the arms go this way. The reason we do the breathing like that is because what happens for a lot of your clients is when they bring their arms up, the rib cage comes up with it. So when she breathes out, the ribs are moving that direction as her arms are going that direction. So breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in as the band comes this way, and breathing out as her arms go that way. I'm gonna swing you guys around here so you can see from the top here. The elbows are bent to about 90 degrees. They stay 90 degrees. So the elbows should not flare out to the side. Yeah, so not like what she's doing there. Keep the elbows relatively in, but not squeezed in. Not tight squeezed in, just relaxed. So breathing out, breathing in. You don't need many repetitions. Usually like 2 sets of 5. The slower, the more controlled, the better. This is the key to corrective exercise. Slower, more controlled is better. Now, she did 1 set of maybe 10 reps. Remember, her left arm was significantly restricted before. Let's see what happened with those 2 corrective exercises. So arms straight up overhead. Much different now. Now her rib cage stays down where it belongs. Much different range of motion. Now she's almost 180 degrees with her ribs down where they belong. That's how quickly and easily this works when you apply the principles. Align, breathe, control. Use the right strategy. But that's not enough. We still have to integrate that now into an additional pattern. So one of the patterns we will use is the quadruped pattern. Here's what we're looking for. You saw me do it with a supported hip hinge. What we're trying to do is set up the hand tripod. We had the foot tripod. The hand is very much like a tripod as well. We want pressure underneath the thumb, the thenar. So this is the thenar pad. The thumb is the thenar eminence here. The hypothenar eminence, that's the pinky side. And then across the tips of the fingers and the tips of the metatarsal heads right here. That's essentially the hand tripod. Most of our clients, if you look at your older clients, what do their hands look like? They're like this. Yes, exactly. They're contracted this way. We need them to open up that palm. The wall, the supported hip hinge, is the first thing we do. The quadruped that we're about to do is the second pattern we do if they can be on their hands and knees. If they can't, then we'll just use the wall. The other thing we need is most of your clients are ulnar deviated, meaning their wrists are down like this. So when they're standing there, their wrists are like this. They're an ulnar deviation. And when your clients do curls, oftentimes they're curling and they're rowing like this. They're doing rows and they're pulling like this. We want radial deviation. This is the radius bone. So you want to radial deviate. That brings you see how crazy long my fingers are. They look crazy long on the screen there. But you want radial deviation, not ulnar deviation. This is a weak position. If you look at a child starts out ulnar deviated, they move to radial deviation when they crawl. So we're going to use the same idea. Your client is ulnar deviated. We want to go radial deviation. Bring that thumb towards the elbow. Thumb towards the elbow. Okay? So when we go on the floor or on the wall, your hand should be like this. That's the whole purpose of this row pattern here, is to get the shoulders open and wide, and then to get the hands to be here. So when Janice sets up, She'll begin with her alignment. She'll hinge. She'll put her hands on the floor. The one last component is the arms will be slightly higher than the shoulder. This is an easier position because it's shorter for your serratus to hold this position and your lower trap. This position where the shoulder is right over the wrist, this will hurt your client's wrist because they don't have great shoulder stability, so they're gonna hurt their wrist by putting the shoulder right over top of the wrist. Keep the wrist out here. It'll open the wrist up and keep the pressure off the wrist and carpal tunnel. So I'll show you what that looks like now. Next. So I'll have Janice set herself up. Let me back up here a little bit. So first, she's going to long spine, long as if she's being pulled up from the backside of her head and neck and her rib cage. Hands on the pelvis. She's going to hinge forward and then place her hands down. So the hands are going to be in front of the shoulder. So the wrist should be in front of the shoulder. Come forward, not here. So not where the wrist is underneath the shoulder, where the shoulder is behind the wrist. This is much safer for the wrist position, okay? You'll feel the difference once you do this. She's gonna feel like she's gently pulling the floor or the table apart. That will start to activate serratus. That will start to get the shoulder stabilizers, activating and holding the shoulder in the right position. So gently feel like you're pulling that floor apart, just like you're pulling that band apart, okay? So now, we want her to go just a little bit longer through her spine because she tends to hyperextend here. Your older clients don't tend to do that. They tend to be more kyphotic. But for Janice, this is better alignment of her thoracopelvic cylinder, neck long, okay? So this is the first position. Now just start to breathe in this position. Keep that wrist position. Move your wrist further forward for me, please. Good. Stay there. Keep breathing. When you're doing this well, you should feel activation underneath your shoulders here where my fingers are pointing because you're activating serratus. You're activating low traps. You're even activating the upper traps a little bit. You're not shrugging. You're just using this force couple complex. Now, when your clients are good at this position, this is not for everybody, but when your clients are really good at this, the first motion they're going to do, this is also the prerequisite to your push-up. If your client can't get here, they can't do push-ups. If they're not solid here, they cannot do push-ups, okay? So the first motion, she may slip because this table is real hot in here. It's probably like 85 degrees in here now. So the first motion is lift your tailbone up towards the ceiling. There. That's your plank position. So from here, shoulders and hips are in alignment. The TPC is aligned. If you look at a baby doing a plank, this is exactly how they look. Their legs are just a little straighter. They're not tucking under. They're not squeezing their abs and pulling in. They're holding the cylinder and they're breathing in this position. And if you're doing this well, you feel it here and in your core because that's what's holding you and stabilizing you. You should not feel neck tension. You should not feel it in your low back. Now slowly relax. She's shaking here because this is crazy hard. It looks easy, like Robert was doing those easy exercises. It looks easy, but it's not easy when you do it well. One more time. So set the alignment, make sure you keep out. So start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning. Okay? So long spine, long rib cage. I'm gonna cue her without putting my hands on her. She's getting a little sweaty, the table's a little slippery. Hinge, hands in front of the shoulders. So the hands are in front of the shoulders. Get a little longer through your TPC there. Yep, good. Tuck your toes under. The first motion now, hips up, good. So the straight line we're looking for is ear to shoulder to spine to hip. It's not from ear to foot. It's hip, spine, shoulder, ear. That's the straight line we're looking for. I'm not worried about where her hips are in space. I'm worried about where the TPC is. The TPC is the same alignment as she was on her back in the happy baby position, and that is crazy hard. Now, I got about 2 minutes. I want to show you one more pattern. This is the progression. This is what I meant. If your clients cannot do that, they cannot do push-ups. Bottom line, none of our clients do push-ups until they master the quadruped. Let me move the table out of the way. You just get the, oops. Here we go. So again, we're gonna start out the same exact way. Could you just make sure I'm on the screen? So, long spine, as if you're being pulled up from the backside of your head and neck, rib cage stacked, hands on your pelvis, hinge, hands go out. Feel like you're pulling the floor apart between your hands. First motion, come here. The next progression is your down dog. So from here, tailbone up, and then come back down. Tailbone up, then come back down. Tailbone up, come back down. Stay neutral. Do not, most of your clients will do this. They're going in posterior pelvic tilt and lumbar spine flexion. That's not what the goal is here. The goal is long spine, stack that rib cage, keep neutral, hinge. Hands down, hands, wrist in front of the shoulder. Up, stabilize. The straight line is head, shoulder, spine, head. Now, down dog, modified down dog, control. Modified down dog, control. One more time, and control. Now your progression is your push-up. But very few of our clients actually get to this point. Long spine, stack the TPC, that's the thoracic pelvic cylinder, hands down. Up, leg goes straight, leg goes straight. Now this is your push-up. Lower down, the first thing that you touch is your nose. Then push back up. Lower down, then push back up. One more time, then push back up. Do once more facing this direction. Long spine, stack the thoracic pelvic cylinder, hinge, hands down, thumbs facing in. Wherever your elbow fossa faces, your thumb should be facing. So if you're here, your thumb should actually be out here. It's kind of like wherever your foot is facing, your toes, wherever you're, it's getting a little hot in here. Wherever your feet are facing, your knees should be going the same direction. Wherever your thumb is facing, your elbow fossa should be facing the same direction. All right, here we go. Let me start again. Let me reset there. She's laughing over there. Long spine, stack that thoracic pelvic cylinder, hinge. Hands go here. Thumbs facing in, hold that floor apart. Now up, legs go back long, and now this is my push-up. Nose to the ground, back up. Nose to the ground, back up. Nose to the ground, back up. No wrist pain, no wrist pressure. Now I feel it in my chest, my serratus, my core. That's how you do a push-up. You're creating that line between the ear, the shoulder, the spine, the hip, not from the ear to the ankles and feet. Robert, my friend, bring us home strong.
Let's do it. All right, everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. All right. The grand finale. Ev, you crushed it, bud.
Thank you, sir.
Great job. All right, we are going to go through our strength components here for the shoulder to start off, and we'll kind of work towards the end. So I'm going to demo, when I get into our curl stuff, I'm going to demo with the dumbbells just real quick, just so you can see my hands, because when I'm using the fat bells, you can't tell if I'm neutral or pronated, any of that once your hands are in there. But I'll just tell you now, I'd much rather use these guys than a dumbbell anytime. And that's for everything. If we're rowing, benching, any of that stuff, we use those as often as we can. So our first series here, this is a shoulder series that we do as part of our movement prep, which is like our mobilities and our warm-up. You guys might be wondering, I should have said this earlier, what all the blue tape is on the floor. We're rectangled off 6 lots here where everybody's going to work in their own socially distant space as soon as we get reopened. So that's what all the blue tape is. But each section, each one of these posts, each one of these boxes has its own set of bands from this high anchor where we work this series as part of our movement prep every day. So it's a great strength training component, but it's also like one of those daily, I don't want to use the word rehabs, but, and I really hate that term prehab, like you're anticipating that you're going to get hurt, but it's one of those, like that mindset of I'm going to do this to maintain the integrity and the strength of this joint. So our first one is that same one we used in our movement observation test. I'll just review it real quick. Palms are up, a chest pull, nice tight grip. When Evan talks about, one more thing I want to address before we start that. When Evan talks about, I get a lot of people, I go, you know, Evan teaches not to put the shoulders down and back, and you teach that. If you look back when I'm talking about when the shoulder should retract and tuck down, it's under heavy loaded tensions. So when we're at the top of our rack pull, I am teaching to retract the shoulder blade and tuck it down because that's the most stable position for the shoulder, but we're not moving it. I'm not saying tuck down and back and then overhead press. right? We're bracing load in a vertical position. If I'm going to farmer carry, suitcase carry, hexed carry, if I'm going to zercher, right? If I'm going to front squat, if I'm going to get into these positions where I have to load and brace tension, then, and I see Ev nodding with me, we're retracting, pulling down and back. We're bracing to hold load, not to move it necessarily. So when we coach and when I cue this and I'm talking about true retraction, I'm just talking about retraction, not pulling down and tucking through the range. We want to work the biggest range of motion we can here, as we talked about with mobility and movement prep. Yes, I'm trying to get stronger, but I'm working through a range that is kind of my maximal extension, protrusion, if you will, to retraction components with this. So palms are up, working my triangle, right? Tension in between. And then I'm going to allow for a really good extension here through the arm, and not so far where I'm like relaxed, right? Where it's like subluxing. I still have tension. It's just as far as I can go with tension. And then I'm going to retract my shoulder blade. And then I'm going to pull back with my posterior delt rhomboid. And then I'm going to kind of finish by lifting my chest up and then finishing with my bicep at the very end. So if you could think of it as like what muscles would light up, I want to light up between my shoulder blades and work out and up through my arms, okay? So center spine all the way out to where my bicep and brachioradialis are my last two to really work. Shoulder blade tight, posterior delt rhomboid, and then back out. Pull row, let back out, and work this good full range of motion and trying to get some really good mobility action in the shoulder. So I'm going to start there supinated, and we do 20 of those. And again, we're not using real heavy bands. We're just kind of working through some ranges. Then we're going to go pronated, assuming that everybody's comfortable doing this. Working the triangle again, I'm pulling apart, and I'm going to go just under my chin as I pull in towards the chin, no higher, but still separating and still working a good alignment position. So we're a little higher, lighten up through the top, upper trap. And then this next one, new one here for you, I haven't shown this yet. It's a straight arm pull down. And the way that I really like to do this, rather than placing the hands in, which is fine, we call it a patty cake pull. So you have your hands open, you hear my hands slap. So we'll do like a power pull down with each one of those when we come in. And the cue I like to use is you've got grapes in your armpits. When you pull down, you want to squish them, right? You're going to lift your sternum into that pull and really squish the grapes in there. But a way I like to work this angle a little bit is I want to lasso my hand. So lasso the band over, put your other hand in there, and then under tension, I want you to wrap your hands around the outside, okay? So when you're done, it looks like that. Everybody see that? So I lassoed around, nothing in between except on the top, okay? So I went over the top, I lassoed my hand, lassoed the other one, I pull back the tension, and then I rotate my hands around the outside. And the reason I like that is it feeds the tension right through the center of my hand. I don't actually even have to hold on. I can just pull straight down now through my hand, and the pressure is kind of separated through and dispersed across my hand rather than focusing so much on my grip strength, right? So I can hook here, chest up tall, pull down and return, pull down and return. And this is a serratus and lat angled pull because I'm into my hinge. My range of motion from 90 degrees down to my thighs can be increased if I back up and sit into a hinge. I just added 30, 40 degrees of range of motion that I can get here. If I were laying on my back holding a dumbbell, it'd be the same action as a pull over, just different angle of pull returning me up rather than our extension overhead, right? Different angle of attack. And then our last one here is a step in. So to continue around prepping the shoulder, kind of like we did at the hip, one foot steps in, see where I'm at there. And then I love this open grip right across the top of my hands here, totally open. This is a very anti-arthritic component for us, is to address open grip exercises as much as you can. Because we think of everything else that we do, we're constantly gripping. And a lot of the arthritic components come from over gripping or incorrect gripping and over flexing at the wrist. So that's why if you look at people's forearms, there's more muscle on this side than there is on this side, right? Because we're over flexing, over gripping constantly, everything that we do. So how can we work some neutral, isometric, or extension positions? That's what I'm always searching for. So I call that the anti-arthritic grip, to build the extensors on the back side of the hand to help level this pulley system of musculature out to take pressure off that overflexion actions, okay? So I'm gonna place my hands inside, palms are open, and then I wanna do, as I bring my arms up, I do wanna separate a little bit as I return down. So it's almost like a front shoulder raise, but like a Y raise. And then notice my hands, I have just a little internal rotation, comfort there. We can go neutral, we could do a palms up. Wherever the client's most comfortable, you could come straight forward. If they want to go wider and take a little more tension out here, we can pull out this way. It's whatever raise or fly action that they're most comfortable with. I want to be able to work, because we pulled down so much, I do want to be able to work some kind of action where we're pulling some progressive load in front of us, okay? The 1 foot step in is pretty ideal. Your lightest band, both feet in, it's going to take up too much tension, and this gets pretty tough with that much tension in there. It is a good in-betweener though, for those clients that like orange is pretty easy. They can do both feet in and then progress on to a blue or black or whatever the next one might be. All right, so that's our band face pull series, 4 of those. Now into our curls, and I'm going to show you some band components with those in just a second, just to add some extra options for you. Pronated reverse curl. This is one of the most beneficial, but the key to this is the wrist position, okay? You can see my surgeries I've had on this hand. I've had 3 now, carpal tunnel release here, and then some ligament repairs 3 times now on this same wrist. And a lot of this came from front squats, cleans, all this action where I'm constantly back, and false grip bench pressing, holding the bar like so when you're benching rather than having your wrist straight through it, right? So a great component for us to work and build this forearm strength is reverse grip components with just a tiny little bit of extension. So not over flexing, just either neutral or just a tiny bit of extension, like 2 or 3 degrees, just a little bit. Shoulders are down, holding into our good position. Remember, we're bracing our weight, so we're holding tension here. I'm not retracted, I'm just neutral, okay, and holding tight. Elbows are by my ribs, I'm squishing the grapes underneath, and I'm gonna reverse curl and come down slow. I love time under tension stuff here. Some of the mistakes you're gonna see, okay, is this action. When they come up, the wrist is gonna break. See, I got my little T-Rex arm right there? You gotta keep that wrist straight. That's where the strength is really coming through, is stabilizing and working the longer lever of the forearm, not allowing the weight to win, and that wrist ends up kinking over, okay? So let's say we do 10 of these guys here with that reverse grip. Then we're gonna go to hammer grip, okay? Neutral straight on, like you're holding a hammer, and again, time under tension. So we're working from brachioradialis to bicep and bicep brachii into the center neutral. And then to the most efficient, you're also now fatigued because you've done 10, 20. We're coming up to our 30th rep. From neutral, we call it a 180, all the way up to palms up or supinated back to neutral. Now that's only 90 degrees. What you can do is turn your palms down at the bottom and do a full 180 curl all the way up, and then work back to 180 at the bottom, palms all the way up. I do at least 90 degrees. The bicep itself, it naturally wants to supinate. So this is a natural action for you. Bicep, brachii, brachioradialis. As its action is made, it naturally wants to supinate the hand as it comes up. So why not work with that natural action, with that natural rotation, as you come down, force into pronation, work one full 180. Works a lot of forearm strength development, stabilization at the wrist, and you get a really good pump on the bicep too, okay, when you get done there. Now, some additions you can add. Instead of going up in weight, as far as the weight of the dumbbell goes, we can add some bands. You know me and my bands, I love to add bands. I'm gonna go over the thumb end of the dumbbell, okay? So this is the pinky end, this is the thumb end. Going over the thumb end. It's pretty much the only exercise when I combine dumbbells and bands. Everything else goes through the pinky end, and I'll show you leverage-wise here in a while. Pronated grip, I can do my reverse curls. This is going from 10 pounds at the bottom to maybe 12 or 15 pounds, maybe at the top. I can turn to neutral, and I can work that same action. And now, if I go to the supinated, I need to take this out and put it around the pinky end. Take it out and put it around the pinky end, okay? And I can do my supinated, supinated curls, but you can't rotate like I did right there, or else it's gonna pop off on you, okay? So you get that guy in, and we can do our supinated curls here and just keep tension to that band, just to give you a little bit of extra work, a little bit extra tension that just makes the lockout Those last couple degrees, just a tiny bit harder for you to finish. All right, so that's our curl series. One other one I really like to add to that too, I am a little old school when it comes to wrist work. So I like to take the fat bell and I'll put my arms onto a bench, and I will work some wrist extensions, you know, some yes, nos, and then I'll turn neutral, and I'll do some from the side to lateral components. This came from having to rehabilitate and re-strengthen my wrist through these surgeries. That extension position, push-up position was so difficult to get back to. Working that strength, circumduction strength in there was a big key component. All right, this is called the retraction series, and we're talking still true retraction. So a free band, orange, shoulder width to start off. As I pull the band tight to pull back together, I'm going sternum height, maybe clavicle height at the most. I've seen people pull to the forehead or to their chin. Again, I just feel like as we start to fatigue, we start to internally rotate and impinge a little bit. So I like to stay at like shoulder height, chest height, clavicle height. And as I'm pulling to separate, I like to get to the chest and finish, almost like you're on one of those reverse pec deck machines, right? Where you're pulling back here and working that big extension component in the back. So I want to work that same bit where I pull the band around my chest and try to touch my pinkies together every time I come back. So let's say we get about 20 of those in. You can do those from high anchors too if you want to do that. After this guy, mini band. So this should say, and I changed it on here, both of these say mini band is the next two. It should just say band, not mini band, okay? The reverse push-up. High anchor, hands go in, lasso your hands, and the hands stay open, that anti-arthritic grip. Okay, everybody see where I'm at now? It's just wrapped around my hands. Now, if you have clients that don't like this because it hurts, here it is, because it hurts their hands, you can get one of these guys, same company, Spud. They sell it with their rows, and it's just a Kevlar handle strap, and you can put your hands through that guy, way more comfortable at the wrist. So now when I do my reverse push-up, that strap component around here, good pressure to the outside of my hand. It's trying to fold me down to neutral, and I am resisting that by building all these forearm extensors, brachioradialis and such. I'm gonna work back into here. As I pull back to my chest, it looks like I'm doing push-ups, right? The same action, but I'm pulling backwards and using my primary extensors as my stabilizers as I'm going. Just like 3 or 4 of these, you're gonna feel your forearms light up. It's awesome. So working this guy, those same little anchors I showed you all earlier, Eclipse or whatever they're called, these guys, you can use these too. You can hook those onto the band, carabiner on one end, put your hand through this side, same idea. Yeah, you can use those guys. So some multi-use stuff. We even take these, we loop them. Try this one. This one's super cool. Loop this through, or any strap, through a fat bell, and we'll do carries with our clients like that. We call them don't touch it's. So they have to go here, you don't touch it. And then they do like a farmer carry, their tempoed carry in all different directions that we go. And as they carry around, oh, lights up the arms. It's so great. I mean, just holding it, I feel it already. All right, reverse push-up. So that's that guy. And then our last one, neutral grip, triangle pullbacks. Triangle pullbacks, one of the best ones. I'll use the orange here. So I'm gonna place my hands inside the band, palms down, big triangle, see my triangle? I'm gonna do a slight hinge, and then as I pull down, I'm making that triangle bigger, 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 and then I can return back to neutral, bigger, 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 and then back into neutral. So it's kind of that same, like we did the other one earlier, right? The lasso, where I pulled straight down, it's that same action, but now we're adding external rotation, abduction, and some squeeze together between the shoulder blades. I can get some good separation here. You can grip it too, if you want to, but just working that big wide triangle every time you come down, lat, a little serratus stretch at the top, but big posterior delt emphasis on that. All right, we're doing great on time. Last 4, I actually have 5 of these. So I'm gonna change my angle here just a little bit to show you these guys. All right, so number 1, I'm gonna do at the end because I get dirty. So I'll do that one. I'll do this guy last. All right, true grip and working on our hand strength. like we talked about, so much grip and flexion actions. When we are gripping and working with our clients to hang on to things, emphasis shows greatest strength as far as pure gripping goes is between the thumb and the ring finger. But a lot of our clients will emphasize through their pointer. So when you're asking someone to grip and hold on to something, even though the thumb's gonna rip over the top, try to cue them on squeezing their ring finger towards their thumb. So really, though they're not gonna do this, what they're trying to do is that action, right? They're trying to squeeze these two together while into the grip position. And that's gonna ideally hit all the musculatures even, rather than placing all the weight into the trigger finger, which is gonna overemphasize and kind of overdevelop on this side, which also leads to like internal deviations, overflexion into the forearm, okay? So grip strength-wise, ring finger is kind of the emphasis. They're trying to squish whatever they're holding. And then bigger diameter, there are handles, I forget the name of them, but it's a handle that goes on top of these guys. So it makes a bigger fat grip. I think that's the name of it. It's a bigger fat grip that you can hang on there that allows, yeah, Evan's got it. You're looking at his screen real quick. So that guy just pops right around. Let me pin him real quick so you guys can see that. Yep, everybody see that? Fat grip, right?
Yep, back grip.
Something like that, yeah, there you go. So that just slips right around the handle, and then the grip is twice as big. Looks like he's got another one. Yeah, there he goes. Now I've seen people use towels, other stuff like that. I mean, that's fine, but it can get slippy, yeah. I mean, that's almost as wide as the dumbbell itself. So that's a great component. When things are really, really thin and narrow like that, good job, Ev, thank you, buddy. That's time where you're gonna get over gripping because something is so thin, so small, they're like crushing it to try to hold on to it. So when you have a wider diameter, something to hang on to, it's gonna feel a lot better for their grip, to emphasize there. Now these little guys, I can't tell you a company, I don't know who I got these from, I just found them on Amazon. There's a bunch of them out there, and these are great, they're comfy. As our clients are bridging, laying on the floor, I'll bring these around and hand them to them. Now we spray them and everything in between. But they'll be able to lay, as they're doing their bridges, they can lay down and do this guy, right? Now you can buy these for $12 a set. There's like 3 of them that come in. And a key component to this is, and they'll show you like, just do 10 on day one, because you can get these and do 50 of them on day one and your whole hand will ache. It's a whole new experience. So you got to start really easy. And you can also do, instead of spending $12 on these, when you guys buy like your stalks of broccoli, they put those big, thick blue rubber bands around the base. Just keep a couple of those. Those work great. They won't roll. Like small little rubber bands, as soon as you open, it'll roll up your hand. Those blue ones on the broccoli work great, okay? So extensions in there, and notice I'm not doing a full lockout of my hand. I wanna keep a little flexion in there. It's like you're trying to open and close, but I don't wanna lock my fingers all the way. You wanna keep a little tiny flexion, just like you wouldn't lock your knees right under tension, okay? Some of the pinch grip stuff, these are sand bells, perform better. These are great. People can take 2 fingers, 3 fingers, whatever they want, pinch and drop, and then you can take 2 or 3 other fingers, pinch, see my middle finger's not involved, okay? They can pinch that much harder. Let's say these 2 ring finger, pinky. Ooh, that one's a tough one, right? You can try to do single, just the middle finger. Yep, little things like that, and just working on different grips to pick up different implements, okay, and different angles to work with these guys. They're great to just pick up and drop. You can use anything. You can use towels. You can, other stuff too that you have. They're just not as heavy. And then if you're not going to buy something like that, just like 2.5-pound plates are really good. Put them where the smooth sides are facing each other. And then you're going to say these 3, I'm going to pinch, pick up, return, and then I'll move over to my middle 2 rock and roll fingers. And then my last 2, a little harder there. And then I'm going to add a plate. Okay. And I can try those first 2, my rock and roll fingers. Let's see if my last 2 can do it. Oh, just barely. And then when you crash, it makes a ton of noise. That's the fun part. Here we go. First 2, middle rock and rolls. Got it. Here we go. Come on, baby. Got it. Right? Just working different strengths, different pinches in there, but it's big enough, thick enough, fat enough where you're not over flexing and crushing. And then, oh no, the ISO holds. These are great too. Little bands at the end, distal end of the fingers. Okay, fingers are straight, wrists are straight. Open up your fingers where there's tension, and then pull your hands apart, hold it, and then bring them back together again. Okay, So the tension you're feeling here in your hand, I'm not completely locked, but I'm close. And then you move apart, move apart, move apart. It's like a wall sit for the forearms in the back of your hand. Oh, it's fantastic. Like, it's exactly what we need. This is all anti-arthritic over grip stuff, right? Just the back side of the hand, the back side of the forearm, all of this. You know, take it from, Evan's talking about like all the research he does on the shoulder. I'm tired of having wrist surgeries, right? So I'm like, how can I get better at this? And my forearms, you know, you say like I add an inch to your thighs. You're like, wow, that's huge. I had a 1/4 inch on my forearm since my surgery in December. And I'm pretty happy with that. Like that's a significant gain for a forearm. All right, the last one, this is fun. Rice, uncooked, key. One of my clients is that cooked or uncooked? Uncooked. Okay, so you're gonna place your hand in, and everybody, right when they get in here, they wanna grab it and crush it. We're trying not to do more crushing, right? We're trying to do extending. So the first one is just, I call it blading. You're gonna put your hand right in the center and just rotate, 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 rotate. Now, if this bothers your shoulder, try to keep your shoulder still and see how I'm working more from my forearm. You can do just 45 degrees or 90 degrees in here would be fine, but I'm trying to keep my hand completely straight and rotate my hand, right? And feel that pressure. Like as the blade rotates, it's almost like anti-rotation while you're rotating. You don't want to let it like peel back. You're forcing it through, forcing it through. So it's like a isometric, you know, component at the hand while you rotate at the forearm of the shoulder. So really, really good. I think it's isokinetic is the terminology for that, where you have tension both ways, right? So that's a good one. Now the next one, we're gonna dive in, okay? Dive into the hands. You're gonna open it against tension and then drag it up. So straight in, shove it down in there, open my hand, and then drag it up against the resistance. Shove it down in there, open it up, drag it up against the resistance. And after like 8 or 10 of these, again, back of the hand, forearm extensors, all that, you're just gonna feel it, right? It's a great component to work into the hand here. And you can do simple little things, just little, you know, little finger fishes where it's just the index finger and then just the middle finger. A lot of our carpal tunnel issues are as the issue is being developed in the wrist from all of our overflexing, that signal, it really is a tunnel that sends all the signals through here, the ability to be dexterous and to get that distal blood flow into these guys. A lot of carpal tunnel issues start to lead to neuropathy issues because you're not getting the delivery of everything down here that you need. So the more little dexterial actions that we do, you know, these little tests here where you're squeezing but under tension, doing that in here, in the sand or against the sand from the other side. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing in there, but you're working those touches with that continued resistance in there. Great benefits for the client. Bad part at this end, when you're done, I've had this rice for about 5 years now, you get all dusty at the end. So you got to clean your hands off when you get finished and seal that up nice and tight. No bugs or critters get in there. Some of the best exercises I can advise for you from working the side of the forearm, developing the strength that you need to truly be anti-arthritic or as reduced or improved quality of life at the wrist, reduce pain as much as you can. Great improvements here, up to 50, maybe 60% improvements. Again, once we have arthritic components, you're not going to be able to heal it and get rid of it, but we can definitely make huge improvements to make it better. So these are big pieces, big components that we incorporate. Any of our clients that have any issues like that. And unfortunately right now, I hear from quite a few of my clients. You guys have probably seen on YouTube, or not on YouTube, on Facebook, Instagram, I have Betty, Mary, and Dorothy, and they're all 85 and up, and they all train together. It's super fun. And one of the videos, it's in the slide deck, you'll see, it's the 3 of them doing all these exercises. And so I'm hearing from all of them, they're like, I feel like we're going backwards. I miss the rice bucket. I miss the rubber band. So I'm trying to like find ways for them to do that at home, right? While they're not here. And they're all just like, we just can't get back in here soon enough to be able to do this stuff. So they're definitely feeling it. As simple and as kind of goofy sometimes as I feel like, is it worth this? I feel it. Is everyone else feeling it? It gives you good, you know, good clarification that your programming and what we're implementing here, it's working. People are noticing it enough to email me about it, right? So any of those individuals, those hand arthritic components, all this stuff, but remember your grace period. When you first start those people, they're probably going to have an increase in discomfort. but it's new, just like DOMS, like delayed onset muscle soreness, right? It's going to be a lot of that same action. It's just articulations and workings in the hand, the wrist, the forearm that they haven't used before. They probably haven't done ever, and they've been abusing it the other way. So now that we're coming out of this on the other side, they're probably going to have some pretty good soreness with it. That's why you got to go baby steps. Like they're saying on those rubber band extensions, do 1 set of 10 on day 1, and that's it. And then the next time, 2 days later, do 2 sets of 10 and build up into that. You don't do everything I just showed you day 1. They won't be able to comb their hair the next day, right? That's not a problem for Ev and I, is it?
We got a shaver head, dude.
That's true. Yep, that's true. All right, questions?
There's a question from Peter. He asked, what do you do with clients that have rheumatoid arthritis? Do you use these exercises? And if they're not having a current flare-up?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I have one client, Dorothy, who just emailed me yesterday, and she's like, I'm having a flare-up. I can't hang on to anything. The Angle 90 grips, those orange ones, again, I hate to plug a product so much, but when it works so well for somebody, all of our clients, like they ask me, how can we attach it to this and attach it to that? They're big, thick handles that are ergonomic. So when you can find something like that that makes such a big deal for your clients, you start to believe in it. And I love that product. So I would say, like, if they are having flare-ups like Dorothy's having, you know, we didn't think we were going to be here for 12 weeks, you know, working out at home. She's got her bands and all of her stuff. She ordered her pair. You know, she got those a couple weeks ago. And it took like 2 weeks to get them. She's got this flare up. I'm like, hang in there. Your handles will be there soon. The extension components, the rubber bands, the broccoli rubber bands at home, started doing that with some of our clients. That's definitely helped. Like knowing that they're having some of the flare ups, it's typically coming from over gripping and overuse. So we got to look at what are we missing? What are they overusing? What's the opposite of that to help us kind of balance out? I think a lot of times that can help get them through the flare up. And then once we're back, you know, that anti-arthritic, the wrist component grips, you can attach that handle and row to almost anything. And we'll flip that around too and do, we call them wall presses, where we'll put the band around the outside of our hand. And though it's not ideal because the wrist can't be straight, when we're talking about an orange band and them doing them really slow, time under tension is almost like Tai Chi, but with a little bit of band action on there. That gives them a great component there to still get some pressing components, which we don't do a ton of, but it's still a comfortable component for them at the wrist. So yeah, the flare up, you got to be careful with those and work with people through the comfort. But the better we get at doing these, I think the less flare ups they're going to have. All right, what else you got, Ev?
I just want to share something Peter said. Thank you, Peter, for all your great comments. Actually, one other question that came up that is very common is, can you ever position the wrist right underneath the shoulder like in a push-up? Absolutely. That's the progression, right? However, for most of our clients, like literally, the only clients I have push-up with wrist over shoulder or shoulder over wrist is the highest level athletes I see. That's not most of my clients. Almost all my older clients, if they're doing any kind of pushing exercises, their wrist is higher than their shoulder. And even when I do push-ups, if I do push-ups with my shoulders over my wrist, I'll feel it in my neck the next day, every single time. So to me, it's just safer to have the arms a little bit higher than the shoulders. It just puts the shoulder in a much better position, puts the wrist in a much better position. But again, the progression is to then move your shoulder more close over your wrist. And then I just want to share something. Peter said, I use the corrective shoulder technique from your shoulder course, using the yoga block and 3-dimensional breathing for a client who could not circumduct her shoulder or even hold support on a tube. After 2 weeks, she had full shoulder mobility in all planes of motion. She had visited so many physios who made her do external rotation with light weight, which only served to exacerbate her condition. It is unbelievable the advice that is out there within our industry. And he went on to say that talk about changing lives. She experienced true liberation of movement, which enabled her to have a quality of life. It was a game changer. Thank you so much. And that's truly, like, I cannot stress to you the importance of this information. And we really want to thank you guys for sticking through this. And if you're watching the recording as well, this will change clients' lives. And they will not find this information in physical therapy or chiropractic or rehab or massage. This is information that we have developed over years and years of, like I said, struggling with our clients, struggling with their own injuries, struggling with loved ones' injuries, and trying to find a solution. And not everything we've showed you will work for every client, but if you can understand the fundamentals, one of the things that we try to stress to you is the importance of having a systematic approach. We didn't really talk about that, but one of the reasons that I partnered with Robert is he's one of the few people in the industry, when I watch what he does, I'm like, he has a system of how he approaches the body, how he approaches training, and how he programs with his clients. I'm a systems guy. I love systems. We created the integrated movement system. And it's a way you assess, use corrective exercise to address, and then you use your functional patterns to progress your clients. I'm a systems guy. The people that are doing the best in this industry are systems people. If you want to learn more about systems, I would get the book, if you don't have it already, Atomic Habits. It's all about habits, but in the book, he said, the quote I love by James Clear is, you don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. And this is what we try to share with you all through this session. It's all about your systems. It's not about the exercises. It's really not about the exercises. None of these exercises by themselves will fix anybody's problems. Every once in a while, you'll stumble upon something. But what helps your clients the most is when you have that systematic process. You assess, you have your history. You take your history, you know what your client's coming in with. You know what their goals are. You assess to determine what their non-optimal, suboptimal habits are that are driving chronic tightness, discomfort, or the loss of efficiency. You use your corrective exercises to help them create better and more optimal and efficient habits. You plug this right into your progression. You use the appropriate progressions. And this is what I love what Robert does. He knows how to progress people. He knows the right progressions and how to get to the next level of training. Use the progressions, use your system, use the process. And if you don't have it, borrow ours. This is why we're sharing this information. We're giving this to you freely. Use it. Please use the information. Again, we are going to come back in whenever, a week or so, a few days to a week, to give you guys questions and answers. If things come up along the way this week, as you're going back to your studios, working with your clients, you have questions that come up as you're rewatching this, as you're learning more, please reach out, let us know. I can't even believe, Robert, 5:30, we finished on time. Like, great on time, dude.
I hear you. Yeah, and I can't, I mean, echoing Evan, I have a blast teaching this. I love to be here and to share, and we could continue to just keep talking and going through more and more to show you all. So thank you so much. Without a demand for this, there's no reason for us to do it. So we really appreciate you wanting this to join, and all the great feedback and the comments we're seeing from everyone right now. We really appreciate that. So thank you. We are going to email out to everybody. If you didn't get the PDF, which I think everybody has at this point, we'll put that in a Dropbox for everyone. We'll put in Evan's presentation on the shoulder, right?
Yes. No. The
hip post replacement, correct?
Yep.
And then mine for a healthy hip is prior to. So we'll have those two. Those are mine's 2 hours. How long is yours?
About 90 minutes.
90 minutes, perfect. So you guys got another 3 hours of stuff right there from us, 3+ hours. We'll give you the PDFs for those as well. We have handouts there. So all that will come in. And then I have a anatomy course, 2-week anatomy course through the trainer's eyes that's coming up here in 2 weeks. So you can see more about that on our website, Training the Older Adult. If you're interested, and Ev will be right here with me in October. We are doing our TOA, Training the Older Adult live event. It will literally be right here in this space. We will have people live with us, hopefully. We'll be able to have more than 10 people. We'll be here doing the live, but we're also going to stream it too. So if you can't join us, you could also pop online and participate, very similar like we did today. So we'll be spending 2 days to go through all kinds of great stuff. Definitely be able to deliver some more really good and usable content to you. We see so many great comments. Thank you, everybody. Our big thing was we want to give you stuff to use right now. And to see those comments from everybody, that without us telling you that's what we wanted, I feel like we delivered. So thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from anybody? If you have questions that come up, if you want to do a verbal question, do a little hand hold up next to when you click on participants and your name, you should be able to right click and there's a little hand, raise your hand, or the button at the bottom right. If you hit raise your hand here, I'll hit mine. And that throws a little hand up. That means, hey, I've got a question, okay? And then you can lower your hand. If you have a question you'd like to ask us, go ahead and throw your hand up and we'll click on your mic and go from there. And if anything else, you can type one in. We're here for you. And if that's it, then I hope we all have a really lovely night. And Evan, I hope you get to some air conditioning.
Yeah. Becky's like, thank you. Great workshop. and you two make a great team. I'm like, when you bring two beautiful bald heads together, it's a good time, man.
Right.
Also, Janice, get over here. I just want to
Denise,
thank
great
Janice
job
as well.
demoing.
She helped. I can't do any of this without her. She's going to talk about breathing, so I want to thank her for all her help and expertise. She helps me do what I do, makes me look awesome all the time, and act awesome and be awesome. So thank you for that. Talk real quickly about your breathing and how it relates.
How it relates. Well, we do a little bit of it here, and on Saturday I'm going to talk a little bit more about what happens when we breathe, why it's so important, how people like yourselves and myself that work with clients on movement, how you can make really huge changes with just a small effort. And I'm actually doing this talk because one of the participants last year actually had great success, and she was so excited that Dan actually asked me to come and just do a presentation just on breathing. I know there's lots of different ways to breathe, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I'm super excited to share. I've actually asked my dad, who has COPD, congestive heart failure. He's got a lot of stuff going on that actually inhibits his ability to breathe. And for the last 3 weeks, I've asked him to put on a pulse oximeter several times a day, do the little bit of breathing that I asked him to do. And today he just sent me his numbers. He actually went up and down the stairs, which was really hard for him, completely exhausted him, takes the energy out of his legs. And he said that his numbers were 94 before he took the breaths and 97 after he took the breaths. And that was 2 times going up and down the stairs that would have killed him before. He said he definitely still felt weak, but better. And that's just him doing some breathing. Every hour, a little bit of breathing, being much more focused on it. So I'm super excited to share that with you. I hope to see you on Saturday. If not, make sure you watch it in the recorded version. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, everybody. Well, I don't see any hands up, and we see just great comments from everybody. We really appreciate that. Thank you for taking the time to put those in there. Any other follow-ups, feel free to email us, Ev.
Sharon said, I love it. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you for all the comments. Excellent, useful information. Thank you very much. One of the best team presentations I've seen. So thank you, Robert. It's been a pleasure.
Christy just asked on here, where do you get your bands? So Rogue is our primary vendor for the majority of our equipment. Because they design equipment that is just going to get abused, they make really good durable stuff. So I really like the Rogue bands. They haven't made mini bands until now. We are demoing those. I got a set from my house, so I'm utilizing those now. The little guys, they have a set of 6 rather than 4. So it gives you a little more variety. I'm liking them so far. I've only had them a week, but I'm always on the search for something that's going to deliver the job and maybe be a tiny bit more durable or a little more comfortable. And so I'm always looking for that stuff. But Rogue by far has been the best. Perform Better would be number 2. Everything else, I feel like there's a significant drop off from the other brands. They're rather cheaply made. They break, they start to wear down. They're not comfortable to hold on to, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would look at one of those 2 companies to get your bands from for sure.
The last thing I just want to say, special shout out to Dan and Cody for putting this event together, for starting the Functional Aging Institute, for inviting us to be part of this. It's really been a pleasure. There's very few people that we can truly partner with who are on the same page, the same level, who have the integrity that we feel that represents our brand as well. And to be part of this movement, this is the future of training the older adult. It's been the past, it's been the present, and it's still the future. Like, this is the future, and it's such a great honor and blessing to be part of a great organization, great people, and to meet so many of you out there. And I can't wait to be live again.
I agree. I'm with you. And big thank you to my man. I really enjoy working with you as always. I think you're fantastic. I think
Likewise, brother.
I think we got a lot of good stuff to deliver. So Jim, thank you. I see some applause out there. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock Central. So I guess it's 10 o'clock Eastern. I'll be doing the keynote. So I'm super pumped up for that. I have to actually go home and do it right now. I have to actually go create it.
You should go work on that.
You should probably go work. No. It's done. I just have to rehearse it. So
tune it up. There you go.
So we'll kick it off tomorrow morning. Thank you guys for being part of our day this afternoon, and can't wait to be part of tomorrow and Saturday as well.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
my man. Thank you, everybody.
Guys, bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Ev, love you, bud. Great job.
Brother. Thanks,
See you, bud.
Jackie.
Janice.